with your host, Cosmon Cal.
No.
Love light balance out there, man. Sorry about having a little couple technical issues, man. Just jumping right in, man. Love light balance out there. Salute to the gang, man. Those who standing by the creator. Hey, let's get to it.
I put on my black shades because my future is so bright. Roll me up a spliff it so I can get right. No worries on today, I took the day off. Jamming on the red star. We'll get there walking or by car. Not matter how far. Mr. Cloud Kicker, please don't hurt them. False gods, we gonna work them. Them sacred book got to judge them. You bring them, we raise them, have to serve them. Tons from the depths of my being, organic, real, center of the feeling. Goes far beyond the ceiling. We got that good stuff in Cosmonera. I got that good stuff in Cosmonera. We got that good stuff in Cosmonera. You got that good stuff in Cosmonera. It's 420, I feel like I'm about to flow. Been to a few nations like a spotted goat. Head on swivel in the spirit, intuitive goal. Our stars can't be replicated, now act like you know. We be jamming on the red star with my friend. I got that good stuff, yeah, in Cosmonera. You got that good stuff in Cosmonera. You got that good stuff, yeah, in Cosmonera. We got that.
Where is the Creator? Why does he not speak? And man inquired of the earth, the rocks, and of all things, who is this that hath made us? But they answered not. Then man said, the seen are but an illusion, the unseen is the real. And because he could not find the unseen, he was bewildered.
You, child of stardust, looked upon the stones and cried out, who formed me? Who hears me? But the rocks held no answer. The wind passed you by, and the heavens remained silent. Yet silence is not absence, and hidden does not mean lost. The voice you seek is not in the thunder, but in the still breath between thoughts. Jehovih speaks in the longing itself, in the ache that asks the question. It is in your reaching that the Creator is already responding. The unanswered question is the door to remembrance.
Golden Gate shining, Golden Gate, Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Scriptures describe it with the towers of gold. Angels positioned where the gateways unfold. Trumpets announcing the arrival of souls. Guards at the entrance maintaining control. Crowds moving forward in obedient course. Names getting checked before crossing the doors. Peace is proclaimed while the soldiers remain. Still every entrance is locked with a chain. If nothing but goodness exists in the land, why are there armies with orders to stand? Why would a kingdom of infinite grace need golden gates at the edge of the place? If evil was banished beyond every star, why would a border be needed at all? Something about it is starting to show. Heaven might not be the freedom they told. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Prophets described it as cities of light, kingdom suspended in heavenly height. Crowds gather close where the rulers remain. Thrones and dominions declaring their names. Soldiers assembled along every wall. Weapons prepared if the trumpet is called. Marches and banners that circle the throne. Armies protecting the ruler alone. Kingdoms divided by borders of flame. Gods in the heavens competing for reign. Watchmen observing the regions beyond. Anything moves, the kingdoms respond. If heaven is peaceful and nothing can hide, why would an army be standing outside? Why would a ruler need sentries and gates unless there is war in the heavenly states? Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Oahspe revealed how the heavens were made. Gods built dominions where spirits were caged. Souls that believed they were rising in grace never could see they were sealed in a place. Leaders appearing as radiant guides, quietly ruling the souls at their side. Borders surrounding the luminous plain, holding the multitudes under its claim. Gates regulating the movement of souls. Who can approach and who never can go? Crowds celebrating the promise they heard, not recognizing the trap in the words. Ages could pass in the comfort they know, praising the rulers who never let go. Look at the gates and the meaning appears. Prison disguised as a heavenly sphere. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise? Somebody explain. Golden Gates, 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 Golden Gates,
Shout out to Cosmon Cow. Cosmon Cow, boy, I'm going to tell you something. He is a problem. He is a problem when it comes to these Hebrew Israelites. Y'all better stop playing. He is a problem. Cosmon Cow is a problem. Creator gang gang.
Yeah, the gang coming, creator king coming. Turning up the light and watching boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
creative gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Began to stir in the all was, all is, all ever shall be. The all spake, and motion was, and motion became his speech, and life began to stir in the womb of silence. I am, he said, the unseen became felt, the hidden became breath, and there was no thing, great or small, that was not him. He is the soul of all. The stars, his eyes, the wind, his whisper, the seen and unseen, his body and soul, by his presence, life, by his presence, death, by his presence, the quickening, the motion, the eternal flame, first and last, beginning and end. Two forces flowed forth, the seen, corporeal, heavy, fleeting, the unseen, potent, eternal, invisible. From these he formed all life, and man, chief over all, male and female, made in reflection of the two. And to awaken man to him, he whispered, name me, not by idol, nor star, nor beast, but by what you hear in the wind. And man listened, and named the Creator by the sounds of the breath of earth, Eoi spoken now, Jehovih, not a God of form, but the living presence within all forms. I am, the all light, the all motion, the love that moves the universe.
Everything meets me where I wake up with the sun on my skin. Check the stars, yeah, I know when I win. Numbers talking every time I move. 111 saying trust the truth. Copper wrapped around my energy. Crystal sing harmony. Root the crown, yeah, I'm balanced now. Every block just broke itself down. I don't force, I attract. Every cycle brings me back to myself. I'm a goddess, I'm glowing everywhere I go, knowing the universe been showing. I'm alive, I'm chosen, intuition in my motion. I don't chase, I'm open to love. Yeah, my life got rhythm, every step divine precision. I was built for this position. Yeah, my life got rhythm, every step divine precision. I was built for this position. Astrology map my lane. Saturn taught me patience through the pain. Chakras spinning clean and wide. I feel my power when I decide. I don't question why I shine. And its frequency was always mine. From the ethers to the ground. Oh, what's been truth bring it loud. And I remember who I am. Light encoded in my head. Everywhere I go, I'm knowing. Yeah, my life got rhythm. Every step divine precision. I was built for this position. I no fear in my walk, no doubt in my tone. I speak things alive, then I leave them alone. I'm not lucky, I'm tuned. I don't beg, I commune when the veil gets thin. Oh, now let's go. I'm gonna feel
This is your host with the most. Your naga, your nerve. Fresh up off of that curved jelly, jam and preserve. Cosmonian, Akna Bakayiki, the cloud kicker. Right back up in this thing, man. Hey, this is Jehovah Chronicles number 313. Come on, man. Come on, y'all. 313, 313. Shout out Detroit. You know what I mean? This is the 313th show or lesson that we've actually put on, besides all the other little videos and everything. So we should be well over 500 now, y'all. So you know what I mean? They be channel banning your boy. This channel was not monetized. You know what I mean? So you know, don't even worry about the Cash App right now. The Cash App is down. If y'all need to hit the PayPal, y'all can hit the PayPal. If not, hey, I'm still going to share this love and this light with y'all, man, so we can get balanced. You dig what I'm saying? Today is one of them days, y'all, you know, where everything try to come at you. You dig what I'm saying? And they want you to get into your negative, into your low. But as faith, as we learn to lean on the Creator, even in the bad times, especially in the quote unquote bad times. You dig what I'm saying? We learn to lean on him, and that all things, you know, come to a definite and purposeful ending. You dig what I'm saying? It's just understanding that all things work towards the goodness of the Creator in the whole. You dig what I'm talking about? That gives you hope. Thumb up the video, share out the live. You dig what I'm talking about? You know we can't get it started till I give some shout outs to the family. Did what I'm talking about. Creative Gang is up in this thing. You hear me? Elijah 7 up in here. My brother from another, huh? The one who brought this, got this whole ball rolling, huh? Selah Shalom is in the house, man. Salute, man. Tapped in, man. My brother, huh? My Geechee fam down there in in Florida. You dig what I'm talking about? Them boys is them Zoes, real Zoes. You dig what I'm talking about? Tapped in. Shout out to my brother Yahweh. You dig what I'm talking about? Creative Gang is definitely in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? I think that's my baby sis right there. Shout out. To Nazarene and seeing Faithist. You dig what I'm talking about? Glass Moon up in here. Say, what's up, my naga? What's up, my naga? True Beauty for Ashes. Salute to y'all, man. Thank y'all for coming through. Love, light, balance, man. She say greetings to the Creative Gang family, man. For y'all that don't know, gang is an acronym. G-A-N-G. It stands for Gods and Nirvanian Goddesses, or Goddesses and Nirvanian Gods. Now, you must understand that over here, you dig what I'm talking about. We always put our women on the pedestal. You dig what I'm talking about. We know respecter of, person is, but you dig what I'm talking about. These are women, and they different. So they are even more attuned. You dig what I'm saying? So, when we giving out the salutations and all, you dig what I'm talking about, calling out gang, we are saying gods and Nirvanian goddesses. Now, the Nirvanian is a higher level of God. The Nirvanians tell earthbound gods or true God what to do. So we always giving it up to the sisters over here, man. Just me in the house. Salute to my brother, man. You dig what I'm talking about? We'll be kicking it in the chat. Bronze Yoga in there. He said, them kickster up them cloud man. Bronze Yoga up in this thing, man. KC, what's the word? The realist. I like that. Huh? KC, the realist. A realist is a faithist. Because we go by what's real, what's objective, what we can prove. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to the undergrads. You dig what I'm talking about? Definitely coming in with that bump. You dig what I'm talking about? Golden Gates. You dig what I'm saying? My brother in here, Mr. Johnny. Salute. Salute, 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 y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? If y'all trying to hit the Cash App is down right now. Try to PayPal. If not, I'll put another Cash App up this evening. And I think my Cash App got caught up in some scam stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? Somebody was tapped in or something. I don't know. So they had to close my account, but they gave me my money. So they were, I ain't tripping. Just make another account. CIM no one. Salute to you. I've been seeing you pop up. My brother. Shout out my bro Zoe. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the Faithless Music Group up in this thing. Oahspe Teachings up in here. You dig what I'm talking about? Of course, the Yo. You dig what I'm saying? Salute to all my brothers and sisters up in here. Let's keep going. Gotta give some shout outs, man. Gotta give some shout outs. FGK Capone, he say, I like that scene where the drums are being played in the tall grass. Yeah. Shout out Deshaun LaFay, man. Y'all go to Intuitive Goat, Deshaun LaFay channel. You dig what I'm talking about? Sub, like, share, man. Her album is cooking. If y'all want to get on that, it's called Silver Tone Music. Silver Tone Music. Y'all go there right now. I don't care if y'all even got to get off my channel, but just tap back in. Y'all go to Silver Tone Music. And her whole album is banging. I'm going to play another cut. You dig what I'm talking about before we get up out of here, man. But we show love all the way around, right? This is the era of knowing, of being hip, but also putting that knowledge into motion. You dig what I'm talking about? This is the misunderstanding of what true hip hop is. It's the understanding of how to move throughout creation. There go my brother right there, Foles, Young Mikey of the Turtle Gang. You dig what I'm talking about? Seli Shalom is kind of like Leonardo, right? Daryl Cosmon is kind of like Donatello. He the genius. He's like the mad scientist. You dig what I'm talking about? Your brother, truly, would be the Red Turtle, aka Ralph. I ain't having none of it. If ain't none of them going at it, I am. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is why they gave me the weapon that doesn't kill. Knowing that your brother is brutal with this knowledge. And then we got my baby bro. Maliki Maccabee, right? Young Mikey, the nunchuck. Come smooth across your head. With some knowledge, unorthodox. You didn't see it coming. You thought you had it, but nope. Boop. Y'all thumb up the video, share it live, man. Y'all thumb up the video, share it live. Amaris Love. Thank y'all for coming through, man. Thank y'all for coming through, man. I appreciate it. All praises to the Almighty, man. Creative Gang is in this thing, man. Froggy Patty. I always liked it that day. My OG up in this thing. Nehemiah. Big homie up in this thing, man. Salute to everybody, man, for coming through. You dig what I'm saying? I'm probably about to show one more little video and one advertisement real quick, and we gonna go right into this live. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's get it.
Creative Gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Satin Media Detroit presents Legends Detroit, featuring Big Herc, Miss Corona, and DJ Los, along with Good Money G100, with sounds by DJ Trick Trick and DJ Scarface. Also performing, we got Woodman the Star and E-Rock the Ghetto Poet, along with Pull Up Gang Money Gang. It's going down July 17th at Club 54 in Sterling Heights, located at 37722 Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Doors open up at 7 p.m. Tickets available at eventbrite.com/legendsdetroit. $25 online and slightly higher at the door. It's Legends Detroit going down at Club 54.
Yeah, the game coming, creator king coming. Turning up the light and watching boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Wait a minute. Ain't no share buttons? Yup. Yeah. Yup. Let me show the boys some love, man. You dig what I'm talking about? They show me love. I gotta show them some love, man. Let's get out of here.
Satin Media Detroit presents Legends Detroit, featuring Big Herc, Miss Corona, and DJ Los, along with Good Money G100, with sounds by DJ Trick Trick and DJ Scarface. Also performing, we got Woodman the Star and E-Rock the Ghetto Poet, along with Pull Up Gang Money Gang. It's going down July 17th at Club 54 in Sterling Heights, located at 37722 Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Doors open up at 7 p.m. Tickets available at eventbrite.com/legendsdetroit. $25 online and slightly higher at the door. It's Legends Detroit going down at Club 54.
Without further ado, we just go ahead and let my brother cook, man. I think this kind of speaks for itself. Oahspe means sky, earth, spirit, and is totally comprehensive, right? If you think about it, what else is there? Sky, earth, spirit. What else is there? That's why the book is called Oahspe, and it becomes very apparent because in their circles, these brothers that you're going to see on the Jesus Way podcast are some of the highest known in their circles to have knowledge of channeled books, spirituality, and it becomes very apparent who has the true higher life. And my brother was holding back. He was holding back, y'all, the whole time. He could have went way deeper and way further. You dig what I'm saying? But sometimes, and this is why the creator is dope, because sometimes you don't need sometimes you need the proper tool to get a job done. You dig what I'm saying? And while I believe any of the four horsemen could have got this job done, got the message across, and been just as effective, it was dope to see how my brother managed this. You dig what I'm talking about? Because you can tell he wanted to go further because he knows so much more than they know. Right? And it's not like he was trying to lord it over them or, oh, I'm big this and little you. And no, he was sharing the light. And they was nodding, breaking their neck, seal, clapping to everything because it hit truthfully. You dig what I'm saying? But without any more needing to be said, let's just get into the video. This is my brother, Maliki Maccabee, on the Jesus Way podcast, man. Let's get it, y'all. Let me blow this up real quick. Let's cook.
Jesus Way podcast. where we are restoring the original gospel teachings of Yeshua the Nazarene. I'm your host, Aaron Abke, joined alongside my co-host, Mr. James Benefico. And James, today we got an exciting guest, a friend of a friend. You were the one who actually put me onto Malachi's content. So why don't you go ahead and introduce our guest today?
Today we have a very special guest, Brother Malachi Maccabee of Honor and Humility STL. And I first discovered Malachi just like a month ago on the Minister of Wellness's channel. And I was listening to him go off, just dropping receipts and incredible spiritual wisdom that resonated with me so deeply. So I go and check out his channel, and he's got, like, going back years, 5-hour live streams about the Essenes, the Nazarenes, James the Just. And I'm like, okay, this guy's
an OG,
full-blown Naz dog, just like us. And we've all, our whole group of Nazarenes has all really enjoyed your content so much. So welcome to the family, Malachi.
Hey, thanks for having me, my brothers. Let's go ahead and work. Let's get it done.
All right, man, let's get into it. So the first thing we wanted to ask you, or have you unpack for us, is your whole journey. First of all, getting into the Black Hebrew Israelites. I believe you were a leader of one of the Israelite groups for quite a long time. And then you had this deconstruction to the Nazarene way. So why don't you kind of give us your origin story of how you got into the Black Hebrew Israelites?
Okay, yeah. So my introduction into the whole Israelite way of thinking, understanding started in 2003. In 2003, I was 21 years old, and I was there were grocery store strikes in St. Louis. So you can go get a job at the local grocery store, like a Save-A-Lot or a Safeway or whatever. You can get a job for like $17 an hour stocking shelves at the grocery store. And needless to say, I was like, you know what, I'm short on rent. Let me go on up here and, give me a job and start stocking shelves. Now, while I was up there working, there's a brother, and shout out to the late, great Rawcall Gabor, spiritual warrior, my brother, but he had a mouthful of golds, right? And he was working alongside of me. I was on one side of the aisle stocking shelves. He was on the other side. And one day, right before break, he got the roaring. He got the roaring in the aisle. He was like, Jesus is the Son of God, and Jesus is a black man, and whoever say difference, I'm bricking them. I'm like, whoa! Like I've never heard anybody speak with that type of zeal when it comes to God ever. You know what I mean? I got people that's, that raises in the church and everything's kind of like, well reserved. There's not too many people roar like that. He roared, so it got my attention. I pulled him to the side. I was like, bro, what's going on? What's like what you talking about? Like, and he told me, he was like, hey, look, man, it's Saturday. I teach a Bible class down here on Page and Taylor on the north side. He was like, swing through. I was like, all right, cool. The next day they fired him though, because of, needless to say, the way he rolled it. So they fired him. You know what I mean? But that stuck with me. That sent me on my journey. So I started going to all the little local bookstores, looking up everything that had to do, all type of African history, history on the slave trade, Black Power ideology, the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam. I'm just reading everything I can get my hands on. And then one day, it's another brother. He's still living. My brother Jehoiakim. He was in the same bookstore as me, and I had a DVD called "Hebrew or the So-Called Negro," put out by the late great Yahya Bandele. And I was trying to talk to this female, man. And she was working at the bookstore. So I had the DVD in her face, like, hey, look, sis, you need to watch this. This is serious. It's going down. And so the brother, Jehoiakim, he hears me, he picks his phone up and says, Shalom. So I looked over at him. I took the DVD from the woman I was trying to talk to, and I put it in his face and was like, bruh, I heard you say Shalom. You ever heard about this right here? And he looked like, oh, okay, so you know you were Israelite now. I'm like, yeah, for sure. He was like, well, man, there's a lot of us in the streets of St. Louis. I was like, bro, I don't know nobody. All I got is my family. And he was like, well, look, let's exchange numbers and all that. Let me get that DVD and we'll hook up. And so we ended up exchanging numbers. We hooked up. He introduced me to everybody around here that's already been on this type of knowledge. And needless to say, I mean, I found well over 100 brothers and sisters in St. Louis. You know what I mean? It was on the same type of time, you know, same type of vibration and all that. And that's where it started for me. So 2003 is when I first heard it. By 2005, at the 10 days of 23, I was teaching. And I've been active in the Israelite community since then, since 2005. I'm currently 44 as this recording in 2026. So that's how that started, man.
Wow. Amazing. Can you tell us a bit about the Israelite worldview, the philosophy, their interpretations of the Bible and history?
If you're someone who loves reading and writing, and you've wanted to maybe explore becoming an author yourself, whether full-time or part-time, our good friend Scott Shepard and Jesus Way podcast guest has written this amazing book called Penpreneur, which teaches you how to make 6 figures a year writing 1 piece a month. So this is something you could do as a side hobby, as a side career, or as a full-time career, depending on how serious you want to be with your authorship. But this book is a goldmine for writing tools and secrets and strategies that will really enhance your ability to communicate ideas in book form. I'm working on my second book as we speak, and Penpreneur has been an indispensable tool for me to just help me upgrade my writing game and how to put together a book in a way that really keeps the reader engaged and wanting to turn the next page. And so I can't recommend this book enough for people who are wanting to venture into the world of authorship.
Scott really walks the walk with this book. I mean, he used these exact strategies to go from essentially homeless to doing very well as an author.
Yeah.
He implemented this very strategy that he's going to teach you in this book, and it's 100% for free for the Jesus Way audience. What a great gift to our people.
Yeah, Scott's making this book available for basically for free, $4.95 just to cover the shipping. And you can get that by scanning the QR code on the screen right now, or you can go to JesusWayDiscount.com to get your copy of Penpreneur today and learn how to make 6 figures a year writing 1 piece a month.
Yeah, so look, the Israelites, you know, when you see the Israelites outside street corners debating, teaching, a lot of folks be like, man, they're so cool and they're so militant. But truth be told, they're getting this out of the Bible. They're getting this out of the Bible. So when you hear certain rhetoric like, for instance, slavery, the slavery in the coming kingdom, Israelites believe that once Christ returns and gathers his people who are only the Israelites, he's going to put them above all nations. He's going to put them above all nations, and the nations who survive World War III or the coming cataclysm will be slaves to the Israelites in the kingdom of Christ. That's that's what it is from the jump. And
slaves in the kingdom.
Yeah. And then you know what's wild though, brother Aaron, is they wouldn't be able to talk this if it wasn't in the Bible. It's in the Bible.
Facts.
It's in the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament. If you go into Revelations, the 2nd chapter, verses 26 to 28. I mean, I can pull some of this up and show you.
Yeah, pull it up, bro.
If y'all
feel free to share your screen.
Okay, so look, first we're gonna go to Leviticus. I'll show it in the Torah first.
My favorite book in the Bible.
And then we'll in Revelation. And then we'll show it in Revelations just real quick. You know what I mean? So the Israelite ideology and worldview is based off the Bible. And it's wild because so is the Jewish worldview. It's all coming from the Bible. All right, it's all coming from. Yeah. Here we go right here. Leviticus, what they call Wa'ikra. My brother James Benefico said you're part Jewish, right?
Yeah, on my mom's side. I didn't really grow up with the religion or culture, but yeah, I have a lot to say about that. I'll say in a bit. You could go ahead and read this.
Yeah, so this is all based off Bible, y'all. It's not like, you know, now we can argue it's misinterpretations or whatever. I understand that. But what I'm saying on surface level, all of this is coming out of the Bible. Leviticus 25 and 39. Now watch this. And if your brother, thy brother that dwells by thee or by you be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, you shall not compel him to serve as a who? A bond servant. Okay, so this is talking to this is in the Torah. These are Israelite laws, basically saying if your fellow Israelite grows or becomes poor, he can sell himself to you basically and you know, work for his wages, basically. Now watch this, but there's a difference. He's your brother. He can't be a bond servant. Watch this, verse 40. But as an hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee, and he shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee, which is like a 50-year mark. And when all debts are forgiven, you know, everything's released. Verse 41. And then he shall depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and he shall return to his own family, and unto the possession of his father shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor. That means a tough rod of iron type rulership, but shall fear your God. Both your bondmen, talking to the children of Israel, both your bondmen and your bondmaids, your men slaves and your women slaves, which you shall have, shall be of who? The heathen that are round about you. Of them shall you buy bondmen and bondmaids, or male slaves and female slaves. Look at this. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begot in your land, and they shall be your possession. And you shall take them, look at this, Leviticus 25 and 46 in the Bible, and you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you. Look at this. To inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever, but over your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. So right here in Leviticus 25, verses 39 through 46, we have a difference between an Israelite that waxes poor, and he can basically hire himself or attach himself to your family and work for his wages, versus those of the Gentile nations who live around you, or even those who sojourn with you. Of those, you are supposed to make your man slaves and woman slaves. And not only that, they are to be your children's possession and inheritance forever. So when you read the Bible and you look up and you see Israelites talking about we gonna have slaves, and you know we gonna rule over you heathens, and you looking at it, boy, this is so radical. Where are they getting it from? Y'all, they getting it out the Bible. Mm-hmm. They're getting it out the Bible. Now, watch this. Some may say, well, brother, that's the Old Testament. That's not my Jesus. Well, let's go to Revelation.
Jesus abolished that law.
Yes, exactly. Now watch this. Revelation chapter 2. Now this is Jesus talking to the 7 churches in Asia. Now watch this. Revelation chapter 2. Let me zoom in a little taste so everybody can see. Verse 25. But that which you have already hold fast till I come. And he that overcome, verse 26, and he that overcome and keep my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. The nations are the Gentile nations outside of the 12 tribes of Israel. Look at this. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers. That means broken to pieces, even as I received of my Father. So we got Jesus talking about those that endure to the end and overcome and keep his testimony. When he returns, he gives them power or authority over the rest of the nations. And the rulership is not a smooth rulership. It's not a democracy. It's not a republic. It's a dictatorship. Why do I say that? Look what it says. And he shall rule them with the rod of iron. This is not a smooth type thing. All right, this is a dictatorship. And it says, as the vessels of a potter, shall they be broken to pieces of shivers, even as I received of my father. So when you seeing Israelites, act like, future slave masters and all that, brothers, that's because it's in the Bible. The Bible teaches these things.
Yeah.
In these concepts.
Malachi, I'm sure you've seen, in the world of internet blood sport debating, this is one of the most popular debate topics I've seen, right? Is, does the Bible condone slavery? And you'll get these Orthodox apologists who are arguing with a straight face that the Bible does not condone slavery. And it's just about, hiring people. And it's like, I just read Leviticus 25, which says you shall buy men and women and they shall be your possessions. That sounds more like a commandment of slavery than anything.
Exactly, bro. And it's in the Torah. It's in the Torah, and we see Jesus repeating these same concepts in Revelations. When it says you shall not rule over them with rigor, because that's your brother, but you can rule over the rest of them with rigor. And then we see that he gonna rule them with a rod of iron. And as a potter's vessel shall that be broken to pieces. And he's saying the authority I got from my father, I'm giving to the Israelite that endured to the end. So Israelites that seem radical, they only can seem radical, y'all, because they're getting it out the Bible. And it's not just only the black Hebrew Israelites. You got a worldwide British Israelism type where they got their own 12 tribe chart as well. You know what I mean? Yep. I forgot the technical name for the British Israelism or whatever, but according to them, they are the 12 tribes of Israel.
Right.
Right. And so it fuels this ideology to where I'm superior than you. I'm better than you. Right. It's the same ideology that has Benjamin Netanyahu bombing hospitals full of Palestinian children.
Yep.
Why? Because this is the land that our God, the God of Israel, gave to us. We're going to bomb them and we're going to turn their land into casinos and resorts.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So anytime you can kill and subjugate anything or anyone and then turn around and eat a steak dinner without any type of conscience behind it, you understand? It comes from the deity that's in the Bible, y'all. That's my whole point, right? You wouldn't be able to get this off had it not been in the Bible. And that's why there's always a fight for who's the chosen, because what you're really asking is who are going to be the ones to rule this earth when Christ returns. That's what you want to know.
Right.
You see? So,
right. Yeah. Anytime we're looking at these polarities, light and dark, and you want to know, what fruit is this tree of, right? Is this good or bad fruit? One of the things you can do is look at what it leads to, right? Jesus said, you'll know them by our fruits.
Yes.
And our mutual friend, Brother Nathaniel Jordan, also says this on his YouTube channel, that there's no getting around the fact that the Bible is full of evil satanic passages that condone violence and slavery. And I think it's actually it's a necessary thing, maybe not a good thing, but I think it's necessary that we have groups like Zionists, Black Hebrew Israelites, fundamentalist Christians, you name it, who take these passages seriously, so they can then show the world this is the fruit that these beliefs produce, right? These scriptures are definitely evil because they lead to people believing that they're a superior race, that they have the right to enslave every other race, and every race believes it about themselves. So we need people to, I think, exemplify these beliefs to show just how destructive they really are, right?
Aaron, what are you doing, bro?
I just found out that capsule vitamins are up to 20 times less bioavailable than tincture vitamins. So I got to take 20 times the amount of supplements.
Hey, dum-dum, why don't you just take liquid vitamins from Tropical Oasis? You said it yourself. They're 20 times more bioavailable than your regular horse vitamins.
Well, that's great, James. But how on earth am I going to afford this many tincture vitamins?
Tincture vitamins from Tropical Oasis cost about the same as all those capsule vitamins. Plus, you could save 20% by using the code JesusWay at tropicaloasis.com.
20%?
20%. And since you're plant-based, they have all of the best supporting vitamins for that lifestyle. Organic B complex, organic vitamin C, D3K2. So you
All of that, and we know our
Tropical Oasis supplements are clean vitamins.
My horse pill days are over.
.com and use the code JesusWay at checkout for 20% off your liquid vitamins.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like somebody has to display it. I have a video. It's actually my video. So if you all want me to share it, you need type of copyright strike. But I have a video of prominent Hebrew Israelites who all admit that they will be willing to sacrifice their children if their God whispered in their ear and told them to.
Oh,
you know
my
what I mean?
goodness.
Yeah, man, it's serious. So let me know if y'all want me to share that too, because I can share that or whatever. But no, we got them all. We got receipts. We got receipts.
We sure do, man.
And a lot of people be like, "Well, I can't believe," and why would they say that? Y'all, it's in
the Bible.
Yeah.
It's in the Bible.
If we need any more evidence of how destructive this ideology of blood supremacy and blood magic, and like just look at the Israel-Palestine war, and Benjamin Netanyahu referred to the Palestinians as Amalek, and we could get into the biblical story of Amalek. So when a religion endorses violence and says that you are above others, and then that religion informs a culture for a very long time, there's going to be huge problems.
Big
and
problems.
I've experienced this firsthand in my life. As I mentioned, my mom is of Jewish heritage, but she didn't grow up religious. Well, I've talked to her about it, and she told me that her parents, my grandparents, taught her that she was better than other people because she was Jewish. And I'm so grateful to my mom every day of my life, because she completely rejected that. And she raised me and my sister to treat all people with love and compassion, that we're all equal. So there is a pull, this low vibration pull, to identify with your bloodline and to think you're special because you have special blood in your veins and things like that. And God loves you more and stuff like that.
Well, see, it's the commonality of the blood. They believe the blood is what saves them. They believe God wants blood sacrifices. And so, of course, your bloodline becomes the most important thing. For the negative path, it's all blood, blood, blood. It's always blood centered.
And the positive polarity is all the content of your character.
Right.
How much love do you show? Do you have compassion and mercy for the least of these? So, Malachi, I'm curious your perspective on this and like the implications of stories like Amalek and some of these other like genocidal tales from the Bible.
Hey, you know what's wild, man, when it comes down to the story, because Amalek is a grandson of Esau, or Edom. So it's funny to me how everybody argue over who Jacob is, who's Israel, who's Jacob, who's the chosen. The topic of who his twin brother is, like that's a topic everybody stay away from. It's like a hot potato. Like,
elephant in the room.
So, right, who is Esau today? Because what everybody understands is this: whoever Esau is, he's hated by biblical God. He's hated. He's hated. Now you got Amalek. You got Amalek in Exodus 17 and 15, and then in 1 Samuel 15, where they're supposed to be eradicated from the earth, an entire bloodline wiped out. All right. Then you got in the book of Obadiah 1 and 18. It's only one chapter in Obadiah, but the biblical God boldly proclaims there shall be none remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord has spoken. Then you got the book of Malachi, chapter 1, Jacob I love, Esau have I hated. And then you got Saul of Tarsus in Romans 9 repeating the same thing. And he boldly says Esau or Jacob wasn't even born before the purpose of election. Before the purpose of election, according to God, might stand. Meaning they had done either wrong or good. They weren't even born yet. And Jacob was already chosen as blessed. Esau was already chosen as cursed. You see what I'm saying? So whoever Esau is, so in the Israelite understanding, not all Israelites, but majority Israelites, they look at Esau as the so-called, quote unquote, white man, the European, right? And then it's real easy for someone that's a who they call Black Hebrew Israelite to identify with that because of our history in the Americas. You understand, with the quote unquote white man. So it's easy to say, okay, well, yeah, we are Jacob. Okay, well then they are Esau. And look at all these atrocities and everything that has been done. And so again, once you start identifying once you start identifying as the chosen, you naturally start looking for, well, who's not the chosen? Who is the one that's been worn with chosen people all this time? And so it puts a paradigm out there, brothers, of superiority and inferiority. I'm better than you. You're going to be my slave. You understand? And the very same thing that Israel did. Well, think about it. Israel went into Jericho, surrounded it, went into Jericho and killed everything breathing. Everything. Look, under the auspices of God told us this is our land. Okay? Now it's the same thing. So if you mad at Christopher Columbus and the colonizers that came this way, well, you got to be mad at Joshua and them and Moses. And it's the same thing. You're using this biblical text as a reason and as an excuse to subjugate and dominate those who you deem are inferior to you. Benjamin Netanyahu was doing the same thing. It's the exact, but see, your authority is coming from the Bible. The Bible, y'all. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Everyone talks about the Talmud, and the Talmud is not good. There's a lot of really dark stuff in there. But the Talmud comes from, it's all interpretations and stuff of the Hebrew Bible. Yeah. And you don't need to look very far in the Hebrew Bible to find some demonic activity. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, right? Is you can use the Bible and they use the Bible to refute the Bible. When you watch these debates, you know, the Trinitarians over here have their little pet verses and the Unitarians or whatever have theirs. And they just go back and forth, my verse versus your verse. And if you counter mine, I pull up another one. It's like, doesn't this show us that we have wheat and tares growing together here, right? It's not one cohesive message.
That's right, brother. That exactly. So the Bible is against itself. And that's why you have so many 40,000 different denominations. Everyone is saying, oh, brother, you don't know how to read the Bible. You don't have the Holy Ghost. And it's like, look, brother, I learned to read when I was 5. Okay, I know how to read. I know how to use my context clues. You understand? So reading is not the problem. It's not. It's just the Bible says if you pick any topic in the Bible, any topic, right? You're going to read multiple different answers for every topic. Yep. Every topic, everybody's arguing. You know what I mean? So the Bible is against itself. Mm-hmm. If y'all want me to, I got a 5-minute video where I can show y'all prominent Israelites.
Pull it up, man.
Yeah, pull it up.
Admitting. Let me show y'all this, bro. Look at this right here, man. This is crazy.
While you pull that up, Malachi, real quick, last thought I had on the passage of Amalek, this is another one of the big head scratchers, right? Like the justifying slavery. Like the passage clearly says, kill everything that breathes, right? Murder everybody, men, women, and child. And you got Jesus in the New Testament saying, judge not lest you be judged, forgive your brother, turn the other cheek, go the extra mile, love your enemies. And you see right there that one of the things that evil does to take power is the assigning of labels to others. As you were saying, Malachi, Esau versus Jacob, Edomite, Israelite. And like if you're looking at somebody and in your mind and in your heart, you're like, that's a child of God. You can't do any harm to them. It prevents that, right? Yeah. But as soon as you say, oh, that's an Edomite, now you've just introduced this whole new canvas of possibilities of how you can treat that person because they're evil and they're bad. And the judgments roll downhill from there.
They're cattle, they're subhuman.
Yeah. So Satan thrives off of creating labels, which are judgments of others. And Jesus commanded us not to judge.
But all of creation, like my brother Nathaniel, all creation matters. We are all sons and daughters of the Almighty. Amen. All of us. You understand? So the different cultures and the different phenotypes and all that, that's just simply for us to learn from one another. That's it. You understand? But you were never supposed to look at the next man, woman, child, or animal as if they are inferior to you. You know what I mean? As if you're nothing. The KKK does that. Look what Adolf Hitler was doing during World War II in Germany. Like, it's the same thing, man. It's the same exact spirit. And so also when you read in Revelation 13, it says those that lead into captivity are going into captivity. So what you have is a perpetual cycle of slavery and bondage, man.
No thanks.
You understand? There's no type of solution to any of this. Now, when you deal with the creator is totally against bondage, totally against racism, totally against sexism. I'm talking about totally against all of it. You feel me? So when you learn the character of the creator, then you can read certain things and be like, come on, man, that don't got nothing to do with the Almighty. That's a deity lying to you.
Hey, when Jesus reads the Isaiah scroll in Luke 4, he says, in this day, this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. The blind see, the deaf hear, the poor have the gospel preached to them, and the captives have liberty. I came to set the captives free, Jesus said.
That's
so how do we justify perpetual slavery under that?
Malachi, this is why on the Jesus Way podcast, we have the foundation of everything. Our study of spiritual texts, everything is always rooted in the character and nature of God being love. That has the golden rule being the fundamental spiritual law of the universe, because otherwise your house is built on an unstable foundation and will eventually collapse. But when you're rooted in God.
And right there, y'all, that's where we can agree at. That's a great foundation right there, that the creator, or who he calls God, is all love. So who is the deity telling you to kill women, children, and suckling babies? Obviously, whoever it is, it's not the creator. Let's just keep on building. Let's just keep on building, y'all.
God's love, that's the ultimate foundation, like for flourishing, for harmony, for peace.
Yeah, God's nature has to be number one epistemic standard.
Real quick, if y'all agree with that the creator is all love, all good, you dig what I'm talking about? And that is part of his characteristics. Hit me with a vortex in the chat, man. Let's keep pushing.
Yeah,
above scripture, above theology, everything.
I agree, brothers. And then look, once you understand the character and nature of the Almighty, then when you read certain things that's purportedly him, then you can be like, nah, trick no good, because the creator would have never condoned slavery. The creator would have never condoned you offering up your child as a burnt offering. What is this? You understand? Now look, this is the video. This is the video right here, y'all. Now look. And shout out to the creator gang. That's a crew of brothers and sisters that I'm a part of, right? Sometimes we get out here and we debate these Israelites, you know, just for the opportunity of bringing light to their world of darkness. All right. Now, this is a question and answer round that I had with a brother, and y'all look, hide the babies. Hide the babies. Now, y'all see how beautiful these children look at the top of the screen right here.
Yeah.
If you could look at any of these children, man, and say, if God whispered in my earlobe and said, split his head to the white meat, and you'd be like, I'll do it before I can blink. Something is wrong with you.
Yeah, man.
Your elevator doesn't go to the top floor, genius. Something is wrong. If you can look at I'm talking about an innocent child. Look at these children, man.
Yeah, man.
Now, watch this, brothers. Watch this. This is crazy.
All right, question for Eve. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
That's crazy.
A 22-year-old woman told
bro in their face. Look at bro in their face. Look how they looking. They like, what? Instantly. This ain't right. Why can't my brothers get this? Why? Because these guys we're looking at are not clouded by bias. They're not clouded by hate. They're not clouded by racism. They're not clouded by prejudice. They're trying to seek the higher light. Don't matter if you call it God. Don't matter if you call it creator. It's about what you're doing when you're seeking. And we understand that evil is not of the Creator. Creator must create all things, but he doesn't do it. Right? Even these brothers know that to kill a child, any child, is extremely evil. So who is the deity in 1 Samuel 15:3 telling you to kill little infant children? You must ask these questions, right? Or else an indoctrinated loop of hell is your recompense.
In Holmes County, that she had been directed by God, to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old, killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's
Look
Prayer
at dog's face.
Hebrew.
Look at dude's face. He's sick.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. So Nepal means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if you So that's a yes?
Uh-oh, there go your beloved captain. Captain, brothers. Hold on. This is the night I debated him. It was like 2-3 years ago. I debated him head up.
Great debate, by the way.
On Sarnetta's channel. And in the question and answer round, he had his first grandchild that night. He had just had his first grandbaby that night. So I asked him, I said, would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to? Watch this. This is your beloved Captain Tazoya. Look at it.
Yeah, it's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You be willing to go through with it.
All we got to test you.
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981. Her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's takeover in Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards their parents, they was to be taken down and be stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here.
Man, you brothers, did y'all hear?
Malachi, you got to make sense of this for me. This question, to me, is like the easiest math equation ever. It's 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
God commanded us in the 10 Commandments, you shall not kill. So if God asks me to kill, the correct answer is no, God would never ask me to violate his own commandments. Mm-hmm. The end.
That's right.
Why
And
is
you
that
notice,
hard? Why?
there's not one person said, hey, you don't doing that. Well, why? Thou shalt not kill.
Mm-hmm.
Simple, man. Simple. You know, but hey, it's in the.
It makes me think of what organizations would test you like that to make you kill something or something as like a pledge of loyalty. And it's only the most evil organizations in the world, like drug cartels,
Freemasons,
IDF. Like they actually do that. I've heard in special units in the IDF, they give you a puppy or a kitten, and you have to raise it. And then at a certain point, they make you kill it to prove your loyalty or whatever.
Yeah, it's so evil, dude. And this is another point we talk about, Malachi, that our brother Nathaniel talks about, that Christians will often accuse us, as I'm sure they do with you, oh, you're just picking and choosing. You're just cherry picking which scriptures you want to believe. And it's like, but they're absolutely doing that to a far worse degree. Because again, they can say, well, but Abraham was told by God to kill his son and he was going to do it. So that's my verse to justify why I would kill my family. And then I can pull up, what is it? The 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill. And they'll just cherry pick the Abraham passage over that one. They'll prioritize Abraham's passage over thou shalt not kill because it's what they prefer to believe. That's what it really comes down to.
Hey, you know what? That's an excellent point. So everyone cherry picks the Bible then. Everyone
you have to.
Cherry picks it.
You're either cherry picking life or you're cherry picking death.
Right.
Two ways.
Look, that's an excellent point. Oh, man.
I mean, Jesus made that clear. There's only 2 ways one can choose. He told the wheat and the tares parable to, I mean, the Clementine homilies, as you know, Malachi, Peter spells this out, right? The passage from Mark, I believe, where Jesus talks about the wheat and the tares. And there's a missing passage that I think 3 or 4 early church fathers quote, including St. Augustine, which is, be ye wise money changers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Peter says that Jesus said that in this passage of the wheat and the tares. He summarizes it by saying, therefore you also be like wise money changers. And he directly applies it to the Bible, to the scriptures, right? Jesus was telling us, when you read this text, you need to parse out the true from the false, because an enemy has come and sown weeds among the wheat. So we have the same problem still today that they had 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly, brother. A money changer is a banker, someone that deals with different types of cash and currency. So a skill that you have to develop as someone who deals with all types of currency is you have to be able to tell authentic currency from counterfeit currency.
Right.
You know, you got to be able to tell a real big head Ben Franklin $100 blue bill. You understand? From a counterfeit one, something that's false. They pass off false money all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that made sense to me when I read that. Be great money changers when you're reading the scriptures. You got to be able to tell what's real from what's false.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Speaking of being wise money changers, I'd like to have you now kind of unpack how you woke up from the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology, and like what were some of the things that you started to see that started to spark your cognitive dissonance a little bit? Because we talk about this on the show very often, that when you really study things like Paul or the early church fathers, you come away with a totally different picture of early Christianity. And we were red-pilled by many of the same things I've heard you talk about that woke you up. So yeah, kind of walk us through your journey of how you deconstructed from that ideology.
Man, so look, the last Passover that I observed is in 2021, like early April, right before I stopped eating flesh. And I woke up like, you know what, I'm not eating that no more. But so the last Passover was like the end of March 2021, something like that, right?
5 years ago.
And yeah, man. And so what happened was it's a young brother. Well, before him, it's an older brother from Kansas City, Missouri, named Dimitri Milligan. Brother got a long beard down to his kneecaps, long. I've known him for years, but his message started changing, and he was talking about how we're not supposed to be eating flesh, and he was going into the books of remembrance and just different books outside of Bible, but they're considered like biblically endorsed books, if you want to say, you know what I mean? So one of them was like the Book of Remembrance, and he was going through that, and but he was preaching with so much fire, man. Like I'm talking about, like he was like, look, I challenge every last one of y'all, and he was going in on Paul. But at the time, you know, I had so much going on, I really couldn't sit down and get with him. But he was bringing up the Clementine homilies. He's bringing up the recognitions of Clement. He's bringing up the gospel of the Holy 12. He's like, look at this. And I'm like, okay. So another brother, like 6 months later, I look on YouTube and he going through these same books. And I'm like, okay, that's twice. I've seen these books now. This is twice, you know what I mean? So I'm talking to myself, like, how long are you going to let this ride without you going to get this literature and study and seeing what's up for yourself? And then maybe like a year after that, it's a young brother that I pulled out the streets of St. Louis back when he was a teenager. He had just got out of jail, actually. He just got out of jail for robbing like an Applebee's or something like that. And he was ready to, you know, crash out and do crazy stuff. So I grabbed him out the streets and set him down. You know, showed him the scriptures, showed him the book of Jasher. I'm like, look, bro, we Israelites, man. You can't be out here, you know, robbing people and stealing, and you know. So it changed his life, right? 2021, that same little brother, man, I hadn't seen him in like 7-8 years, right? That same brother had got in touch with me through Facebook Messenger and was like, hey, Mally, we need to talk. And I was like, man, I ain't seen this brother in years. Where you at? And he was like, man, I'm over here in this location. I was like, man, I ain't that far from here. Send me your address. I'm about to pull up. I pull up, y'all. And he got the gospel of the Holy 12 on the table, the Clementine homilies. And I'm like, man, this is like, I'm talking to myself. I said, man, this is your third witness. You have to check this out now.
Yeah.
So I told myself, hey, man, text me the name of all those all those books right there. And I was like, look, you know me. Once I start studying this and it's saying what it's saying, I'm coming outside shooting. I'm not even about to play. And he was like, I already know. So one of the main things I started looking at was Robert Eisenman, James the brother of Jesus, bro. And I started reading that, and then it made me look at the Jerusalem Council again, Acts 15. And then it made me restudy Paul's letters. And once I saw that Paul was totally against the Nazarene apostles that were in Jerusalem, that were set up by Jesus himself and ordained by, once I saw that, oh man, look, you can't unring the bell, right? Once I saw that, I was like, oh, there's a problem. There's a problem. And then I had read in Acts chapter 1. If you read like verses roughly like 21 on down, it gives you the requirements of what an apostle is. An apostle is one who knew Jesus in the flesh, witnessed his immersion or baptism, and witnessed his ascension. Right? So trip off this. And if you didn't meet that criteria, then guess what? You're not an apostle. You could be something else, but you're not an apostle. So once I realized, I said, hold on, that doesn't apply to Paul. But everybody's calling him an apostle. And then I read his conversion stories in Acts chapter 9, chapter 22, and chapter 26, and they don't even match up. I said, oh, we got a problem. We got a problem. And so that's what blew it open for me. It was once I saw the difference between what the Nazarene brothers were doing as instructed by Jesus, right, versus what Paul was doing. I was like, oh, no. And that's what cracked it open for me. That right there.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a similar journey that we walked, man. And it really did all center around Paul for me, particularly. I was working at a church at 23. I just finished college. I'm a new worship pastor. And, you know, I was always very Jesus-centric in my Christianity, but, you know, I'm leading worship on Sundays, man, in church. And then I get off and sit down in the seat in the pews, and I'm listening to my pastor, and it's just all Paul week after week. And it took probably a couple of months before I started to realize, like, I don't think I've ever heard Pastor Nanda teach about anything Jesus taught. It's always Paul. And it started to annoy me a little bit, because it's like, when are we going to talk about what Jesus taught, you know? And when I started studying Paul, it was like you said, man, I mean, there's so much evidence for the great schism between Paul and the 12 outside of the Bible. But the best evidence by far is Paul's letter. You could just study the book of Galatians and come away, if you study it objectively, come away realizing, yeah, this isn't a guy who is in good relationship with the 12. And of course, then there's Corinthians, and all the, you know, all 7 letters just show so many indictments on Paul. The fact that he was not only very soured towards the disciples, but he seems to even almost position them as his enemies, right? And he's comparing himself to them all the time. And he's like, I'm an even better apostle than those so-called pillars, because I've suffered more than them. And so it makes me laugh, man, when Christians say, oh, well, you reject Paul, you just toss out Paul's letters. And I say, no, I definitely don't reject Paul's letters. Paul's letters are my best evidence against Paul. So why would I throw out my best evidence, you know?
Yeah, man. What got me is that in Galatians chapter 1, he says, if you bring or teach another gospel, count yourself damned or cursed. He says it twice. He says in like verse 6 and then like verse 8, right? But when you get over into chapter 2 of Galatians, he boldly declares that he teaches the gospel of uncircumcision, and James and Peter them teach the gospel of circumcision. Well, those are two different gospels.
That's a great point.
And you just said if anyone brings a different gospel, they're damned.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're cursed. I'm like, oh, no, we got a problem here. But look, the beautiful thing is, like Brother Aaron is saying, Paul's letters are a perfect primary source to go to understand what we're talking about. So I get that a lot too. They're like, oh, okay, so you talking about Paul, so you don't read Paul letter? No, I love reading Paul's letter. I love them. Leave them in the Bible. Don't alter them. Don't put nothing extra in parentheses. Leave them. Leave them right where they are, because he's telling on himself.
Yes.
He's telling right on himself. Oh, man.
Yeah. The other funny thing about Paul's letters for me is like you said, he's always trying to sort of say it without saying it directly. Like he never says, I hate those disciples of Jesus. Don't follow them, follow me. But he says things like, hey, if anyone teaches a different gospel than the one I preach to you, let them be accursed, even if it's an angel who descends down from heaven. And it's like, wait, Paul isn't being hyperbolic here. Like he says, if an angel descends from heaven, so he's talking about a genuine angel of light, an angel of God, and that angel preaches a different gospel than I preach, curse that angel and believe my gospel. And it's just like, what could be more narcissistic?
Hey, man, Saul of Tarsus is a character. But look, when he called in Corinthians, when he says, for such are false apostles, evil workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for Satan himself was transformed into an angel of light. It's like, oh, remember, an apostle are the ones who are in Jerusalem under the leadership of James the Just.
Right.
Those are the apostles. So okay, so who are you calling false apostles then?
Right.
Mm-hmm. He didn't say false bishops. He didn't say, false deacons. He didn't say, he specifically called them pseudo or false apostles. Well, the only apostles are the ones that Jesus ordained.
Right.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. And then you got to fit the criteria. You had to have seen him in the flesh, meaning you had to learn from him, laughed with him, ate with him, hugged him. Like, you had to straight know him. As he came in and out amongst the brothers, you had to witness his immersion by John, his cousin, and then his ascension. If you don't meet that, then you're not an apostle.
Yeah.
You're just not an apostle, right? So who is he talking? So who is he calling false apostles then?
Can only be one group.
It would have to be them.
Yep.
There are no other apostles.
Yes. We make this exact same argument. Anytime I bring this up, Malachi, the apologetic response is, oh no, Paul's talking about, some Gentile apostles working some tomfoolery in the churches, and he's just calling them out. And I say, okay, show me one piece of context anywhere in Paul's letters where there's these other Gentile apostles coming in. Like you said, this is 1st century, 50s AD. We know without a shadow of a doubt, there was no other Christian movement at that point other than the Jerusalem Nazarene Church of James. And it wasn't until the end of the 1st century before Gnosticism even begins to start percolating, or maybe 2nd century. And that's really the first external Christian movement to the Jerusalem movement. And again, Paul is writing 50 years before that. So yes, by process of elimination, there are no other apostles Paul could be talking about.
Yes, exactly. Who else is he calling? So if there are no other apostles, then you already know who he's calling false. And then he's in his letter saying, aren't I an apostle? So who? Why are you defending your apostleship?
Right.
Why do you have to defend it? Why do you have to write letters to Galatia and to the assemblies in Corinth and Thessalonica and Philippi? And why? Defending yourself if your apostleship has been ordained and is authentic. Why? Because Paul is a self-proclaimed apostle. He proclaimed himself that. But he doesn't fit the criteria of being one. So by default, when he calls something false, that's what he's talking about, y'all. He's talking about them.
Yes.
Yeah.
My question is always like, do we see any other apostles trying to prove their apostleship? Does Peter ever say, hey guys, come on, I really am an apostle? James, come on guys, stop calling me a false apostle. We don't see that from anybody but Paul. And Paul explicitly says in Galatians that there are some people who say I'm not an apostle. And then he's like, but I displayed great signs and wonders of my apostleship among you, so you guys know I'm an apostle. And it's like, nope, sorry, Paul. Jesus said that's not a standard of an apostle, is the signs and wonders they do. So we got contradictions galore, man.
Yeah, man. And then Paul said himself that James and Peter and them are apostles at the end of Galatians 1.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he's saying, other apostles I saw none save James, the brother of the Lord. Well, you admitting that not only is James an apostle, but that he's Jesus' brother.
And Paul says, whatever they used to be makes no difference to me.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So
it's not good.
Yeah, that right there is what did it to me. Once I saw that the schism between the Nazarene apostles versus Paul, I was like, oh, there it is. There it is. And then I found out that these brothers were plant-based. They were what you would call vegan today. They weren't violent brothers and sisters, They were non-resistant. They love creation. They love their creator. And they had huge problems with the written Torah of their day.
Yeah,
Like they weren't going all in and believe, oh, this is the infallible word of God. It wasn't that. It was being questioned because of the scribes. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Yeah, it get real deep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the schism has profound spiritual implications to this very day. So Malachi, can you get into a bit of the different soteriology or philosophy of the Nazarenes, of James the Just, of Jesus himself, versus Pauline theology, the teachings of Paul, and how that influenced Catholicism and Christian orthodoxy, especially regarding like the blood magic, the penal substitution, and all that?
It's all summed up into the blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus. Paul even goes as far as saying that it's not even about the works that you're doing. It's not even about the works. But we see James, faith without works is dead. It's not about how much blood you could spill. You understand? And also the repentance comes down to you amending your ways, meaning changing your ways and moving away from that. That's where the repentance comes in, doing better, like changing your ways, never return to that again, and actually doing better. It's work that's involved here. Remembering the poor, feeding the poor. You understand? Things we see, our brother Nathaniel doing out here. Versus I plead the blood. And in the black churches is big. In the black churches, y'all, is big. I plead the blood of Jesus. I plead the blood of Jesus.
Yeah.
We did that too. Every Sunday, the blood, and then forget about the communion with the wine with the crackers and all that, and this is my blood, this is my body. All that is Pauline understanding.
Yep.
All that is Pauline. Now, some people say this, bro. They'll say, well, we see in Matthew and all that, and John, and that Jesus was talking about the blood and how it's his body, and his blood, and how about the bread is his body and all that. But look, you got to remember, Paul's letters predate the Gospels.
Yeah.
So whatever you see that agrees with Paul in the Gospels came after Paul was already writing. You see? So that means the gospel writers are influenced by Paul, not the other way around. You see? So just to answer you, my brother James, the Just, the Nazarenes and all them is faith with works. That's what salvation is about. It's looking out for the poor, feeding the poor. It's righteous work that's getting done out here.
Yeah.
Right? Paul is all about, and it's a lot of times he say it ain't even about the works. Just cover yourself in the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus. Jesus is the sacrifice. And as you see the Roman Catholic Church, that's exactly what is going on. And then that has splintered into over 40,000 denominations of Christianity, but they all hold fast to blood magic, blood worship. All of them do. Right? And that has nothing to do with salvation. Jesus in the Gospel of the Holy 12 say true repentance is you changing your ways and doing righteous work out here. You know what I mean? And that's how you get in good standing. That's how you get in good standing with the Creator. You understand? That's what that comes down to.
Beautifully said, man. And it's from your understanding, researching the Clementine homilies, the Essene texts, what is the character and nature of God like? The God that James the Just prayed to, how do you think he would understand, like, what is God like? And how is that different from how these Hebrew Israelites might understand God, how a Pauline Christian, how a Zionist, how they see God? Because we always say people are made in the image of God, but that you could also be made in the image of your false God. If you have a certain belief that your creator is this way, you're in turn going to reflect that. So yeah. What's your perspective?
Yeah, so in Exodus, it's in Exodus, I think it is, Exodus 15:3, the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name, right? Now, when you're dealing with James, the Just and all them, they were what you would call pacifists. They were non-resistant. They weren't into warfare and all that. God, what we call the Almighty God, does not sanction bloodshed at all, whether it's warfare, whether it's for eating or any of that. So James would have been
right there in the image of God and all that. Mally, you know he could have went in. Using oahspe right there, he could have went in. You dig what I'm talking about? Showing that if your God has an image, right, it can't be the creator because the creator is ever present and unseen, right? It can't be comprehended, right? If a thing has an image, even a thought, right, a mental image that's in the shape of man, which can be comprehended, it proves your God is an idol and false. So if you're made in the image of a God, you are made in the image of something that can be imagined, right? Has been, right? And is corporeal and hence idol, right? So that's one way to know, right? If you serve a false God, if it has an image, any image whatsoever of anything in creation, if you can encompass it in a thought, it's false, right? So if you can comprehend your God sitting on a throne, if he has a son, right? In the sense of he had sex with somebody, huh? He has a physical body, eyes like fire, voice like rushing waters. Does he have skin of bronze? Right? These are things that can be comprehended. And one thing we know about the creator is he can't be comprehended totally. Not even close. So if your deity is so easily comprehended, that's a way, right? If it can be imagined, if it does have an image, right? Even one you can hold in your mind, it's false, right? So the brother could have easily went in right there. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is why he was sent to do this.
Praying to the creator, the almighty, and not having in his mind that he's a man, that he's a man of war, that he sanctions bloodshed, that he would have condoned you bombing Palestinians and chopping off heads. And you understand what I'm saying? So when it comes down to even when in your prayer life, it matters. What it is it matters what image and what understanding you hold in your mind about who you're praying to. Now you can say the name Jesus or Yahweh, right? But in your mind, you like, I'm talking about the man that's going to give me power to subjugate and dominate Chinese, the Europeans, the Africans, or you could be praying in the name of Yahweh or the Almighty, and you talking about, who I'm talking about is about love, life, liberty, healing, and justice for all without the sacrifice of bloodshed of any. See, it only comes down to the concept you hold in your mind of who you calling God. You understand? So if your concept is that of he's jealous, he's vindictive, he's angry, he's bloodthirsty, he's genocidal, and you saying a certain thing like in the name of Jesus and all that, well, you're not talking about the Father that Jesus was praying to. You're not talking about the Father who James was praying to. You're talking about who my brother Nathaniel says, the monster God. You're talking about the monster God. You're not talking about the ever-present Almighty Creator. It tells you in the Clementine homilies, right beliefs or right notions of Elohim are crucial for holiness. It's crucial, meaning you got to have the right concept about who you calling God.
Yes.
In your mind. You understand? And in your mind, if your God is not omnipotent means all powerful, right? He's weak in some instances, Brother James. Some things, he's all powerful, Brother Aaron, but it's some things he can't get done. Like, for instance, he couldn't get the Canaanites out the land because they had chariots of iron. So, well, that means your God is not all powerful then, right? Or watch this. Watch this. What's the one about the Tower of Babel? Right? Remember, it says in there, "Come, let us go down and see what's going on."
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Hold on. Well, that means, well, if he had to come down to see what's going on, that means he wasn't there, right? So that means your God is not ever present, or what's called omnipresent, which means fills all space and place, right? And in order for you to know or see what was going on, that means he's not omniscient, meaning all knowledge either. You see? So anything that's written, Peter says this in the Clementine homilies, anything that's written against Elohim, anything that's written against him, I got a problem with it. So anything that attempts to water him down like he's not all powerful, I question. That he's not all knowing, I question. That he's not ever present, I question. And that he's in the form and figure of some type of man. No, Jesus said in John 1:18, no man has seen the Father at any time. And then it's repeated in 1 John 4:12. No man has seen God at any time. So anything written against that, I question.
Yeah.
I question.
And most of all, and I'll pass it to you, the foundation of all these is that our benevolent Father in heaven cannot forgive you without bloodshed. Can't forgive you. He's incapable of forgiving you unless there's an animal sacrifice or a human sacrifice.
Yeah, that's crazy to me, man. But look, sometimes you can't tell the forest from the trees. Like when you in the middle of something, you really can't tell. But hindsight 2020, looking back, man, I can't believe, man, brother, I used to entertain a lot of this stuff, man.
Same, right?
I can't even believe, like, how did I even fall for that?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But it's truly a spell. Brother, when I found out what a burnt offering was, when I finally read, because look, I used to try to read Leviticus back in the day. I used to get sleepy. I used to always fall asleep. Like I couldn't get through the book.
It's the worst.
Right? So once I came into this higher understanding, this Nazarene way, man, this light, and I said, you know what? He didn't tell Abraham, make it a smooth kill on Isaac, like, kind of like poke him on the side while he's sleeping, let him bleed out. He said, offer him up as a burnt offering. Brothers, when I went and read what a burnt offering is, I was like, there ain't no way in the world, man. Bro, you got to he would have had to cut the head off Isaac. This is what he would have had to do. He would have had to slit Isaac's throat, hang him upside down to drain his blood, catch all his blood like in a little bowl, a little basin or whatever. Then he would have had to skin Isaac's corpse down to the muscle tissue. Then, this is all in Leviticus chapter 1, if anybody think I'm lying. Then he would have had to chop Isaac's head off his shoulders, drop a blade into his chest cavity, pull down like he's unzipping his coat, open up his rib cages and get to cutting out his organs. Then cut the fat off the organs, then chop off his lower extremities, his legs, wash the organs and the legs in the water, place Isaac's chopped off head, the rest of his corpse in order on the altar of burnt offering, throw the fat from off the organs onto the fire, draw a blood border around the altar, play with blood, play with Isaac's blood, sprinkle it on the altar, evil. Then roast, then light this barbecue pit basically on fire and roast his dismembered son as a sweet smelling aroma to his God. I said, ain't no way in the world, bro. There ain't no way in the world. And that's just a burnt offering. That ain't even a sin offering.
Dude,
so
it's like
once I understood that the credit is not down with the blood, bro. He's not down with the blood magic. This is all evil and sadistic and diabolical. And like Peter saying in Clementine homilies, this was allowed to be put in your scriptures to test you, to test you, try you, for you to be like, man, hold on, nah, brother. Like if you saw this, if you saw your neighbor doing this today,
911. Dude, it's like if that's what God wants, what does Satan want? If that's what God's up to, what is Satan up to? This is like Jeffrey Dahmer level stuff. I mean, that's like the stuff of nightmares.
Saw.
Yeah.
It is, bro. It's diabolical, man.
Malachi,
It's diabolical.
would it take you a minute to pull up that passage you mentioned from the Clementines? For many falsehoods have been enjoined to the scriptures, that whole passage, and then he goes into like, if God wants war, who wants peace?
Such a good one.
Let me see. I think I got it on
That's
my
really
other
worth
computer.
reading, man.
It is, yeah.
Peter just drops bar after bar in that chapter.
Yeah, for everyone listening, the Clementine literature is so inspiring, and it really outlines what we believe is the true philosophy and way of life of the early Christian movement in such a poetic and awe-inspiring way.
I read a lot of philosophy, and to me, the Clementines is some of the most beautiful philosophy I've ever read.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, and we talk about it too. I've heard Malachi talk about this, like our spiritual text that we know and love.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there that you could tweak or manipulate
No
to support
genocide,
genocide
no
or slavery or killing at all. It's not like, oh, there's this here and like conflicting messages. It's all love, it's all peace, it's all speaking the truth.
Consistent message.
Consistent light all across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, bro. I think I got that on my other computer though, bro.
No worries, bro. I could probably pull it up here on Claude real quick.
Yeah, pull it up if you can.
Is it from the recognitions or homilies?
It's homilies, but it's in the recognitions too.
Okay.
Malachi, I have a random question while he's looking this up. It's a question we get sometimes about James the Just in the Epistle of James, talking about faith. Faith without works is dead. What he says, was not Abraham justified by, bringing Isaac up on the altar? But people were asking us, well, James was anti-sacrifice according to you guys. So like, why is he citing that? I was wondering what your perspective on that is.
So the Bible is sprinkled with, and it's like that with every book, man. Every book in the Bible, it's sprinkled with contradictory or contradictions all throughout. So, I mean, if anybody can read, they'll see that. They'll be like, dang, he is talking about Abraham was justified, right? But what I'm saying is, whenever I read anything in the scriptures that go against the pro message of life and not spilling blood, anything else, it don't matter where I read it, I question it. You know what I mean? I question it and be like, nah, man, that don't even make sense. Because if James was against all this based off, I'm talking about historical literature, Nazarene Essene literature, everything we have says he was against that. Then why would he just make one flimsy statement out of nowhere and say, oh, okay, Abraham was justified because he almost offered up his son Isaac? See, so where I'm at in my walk is it's not my job to defend the scriptures. I'm not an apologetic. It's not my job to make an apple and orange. That's their job. You understand? So whenever I read anything that's contradictory, that goes against, the message of life, health, and all that, I just question it. That's it. And I let the apologetics deal with it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a great response.
I don't feel any pressure.
That's how we feel as well. And that segment goes against the rest of the whole vibe of the Epistle of James. But I think the Minister of Wellness made this point. If you took this story about Abraham and Isaac and all the implications of what a burnt offering actually is and put it in some other book, some other ancient book outside of the Bible, and people read this, a story about a dad wanting to sacrifice his son, you go, this is some satanic witch doctor book. Like, this is horrible. But because it's in this book, you put anything in this one book and people's discernment just shuts off because it's this holy, infallible book.
Yep. The Magic Book Club, as we call it.
Wow.
Now look, in the book of James as well, let me show you how the contradictions work. Like in James 1:13, it says, God cannot be tempted with evil, neither does he tempt any man. Right? But when you read Genesis 22 about the temptation of Abraham, it said God tempted Abraham and told him to take your son, your only son Isaac, and go offer him up as a burnt offering on the land of Moriah or something like that, right? Loosely paraphrasing. So if that's the case, I always ask people, is it evil for you to offer up your son as a burnt offering? Everybody will say, yeah, that's evil. Well, God, who James is talking about in James chapter 1, cannot be tempted with evil, neither does he tempt any man. Right? So that means God tempted Abraham with sin, for one, and Abraham was willing to do it. If we're going with the biblical narrative, right? So, and only to prove his devotion to the deity, to the God. See, so if James in one breath is saying God don't tempt any man, but then in the next chapter 2, wasn't Abraham justified by faith? It's like we got a problem because you just said in chapter 1, you just said in chapter 1, God cannot be tempted with evil, neither does he tempt any man, right? But then when you reach Genesis 22, he's tempting Abraham to offer up Isaac as a burnt off. So you really can't have it. Yeah, you got a contradiction in the book of James too. You know,
man.
Just what it is, bro.
So I got the passage here from chapter 50. It's not the exact one I was thinking of, but it's close. And I'm curious, Malachi, how much have you dug into the scholarship behind the Clementines? And like, are you aware that a number of scholars who study the kernel texts in the Clementines date them to the 1st century?
Yeah. I did not just with the Clementines, bro. The Gospel of the Nazarenes or the Holy 12 or whatever. They got a whole historical breakdown in the front of it, man. And I did like I did like 5 classes just going over like the historicity behind it. And it's
wow.
Bro, to me, it's mind blowing, and it's very thorough. Man. It's like, man, this is a whole side of Israel that I've never even heard of before, man.
Yeah, same.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I've heard them being dated to the 1st century. I've heard early 2nd century before.
Yeah.
You know, it's just what it is, man.
Well, it's like the Gospel of Thomas, where scholars kind of see it like it accrued in layers. So there was some original, they call it a kernel text, and then the next century it's added onto, right? So they can tell the layers of the Clementines of what century it's from, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. But the texts like the Ascents of James, which is a big one, the Travels of Peter, and the Preachings of Peter, those 3 kernel texts are routinely dated by Clementine experts into the 1st century because all the internal evidence points to that. They speak of the temple like it's still standing. They have all these prohibitions against animal sacrifice in the temple. And you're like, well, why would you be caring about that if this is written after the temple's destroyed?
Yeah.
You know, so there's things like that. But this chapter comes from the kernel text of, I think, the Travels of Peter. And so this is very likely a 1st century quote we're reading here, Nazarene quote from the homilies, where Peter says, for the scriptures have joined to themselves many falsehoods on behalf of God on this account, or against God on this account. And then he says, as to the mixture of truth with falsehood, I remember that on one occasion, he, talking about Jesus, finding fault with the Sadducees, said, wherefore you do err, not knowing the true things of the scriptures. What do you mean, Jesus? All the scriptures are true. What do you mean the true things of scriptures? And on this account, you are ignorant of the power of God. But if he cast up to them that they knew not the true things of scriptures, it is manifest that there are false things in them. So Peter's got good logic here, right? And also, inasmuch as he said, be ye wise money changers, it is because there are genuine and spurious words in the scriptures. And whereas he said, wherefore do ye not perceive that which is reasonable in the scriptures? He makes them understanding of him stronger, who voluntarily judges soundly. So it's kind of an older English rendition of the passage, but it's clear what he's saying, right? You got to use logic and discernment when you read the scriptures. And this is what I want to get your thoughts on next, Malachi, because I think you probably have a much more comprehensive understanding of Jewish history than I do. But there's an emerging school of scholarship now that is dating all of the Hebrew Bible to being written after the Babylonian captivity. Are you aware of this?
Yes. Yeah,
so you probably know where I'm going with this. So 586, the Babylonians capture Judah, and the nations are scattered and everything. And it's sometime after that scholars are saying that the evidence we have, the most likely conclusion is that all of these texts are written after the captivity, and there's a bunch of really, really good evidence for it. But suffice to say, there are no scholars who think that Moses wrote any of the Pentateuch, right? The first 5 books.
Right.
Nobody, literally nobody thinks this. And Leviticus, which you read from with all these abominable, evil passages, is dated to about the 5th century BCE, which would be like almost 1,000 years after Moses lived. And yet, again, you get apologists who quote these texts like, hey, Moses commanded us sacrifices in Leviticus. It's like, I'm not sure you're aware, brother, that no one in scholarship thinks that Moses wrote that text. And so you've got a problem with your thesis here. So from what I understand, Malachi, the way it looks based on the evidence we have now is that probably Moses did give a law whenever Moses lived, Moishe or whatever his name was. And it was probably the 10 commandments, right? He doesn't come down with 200 tablets and 600 liturgical laws written on them. He comes down with 2 tablets with 5 on each of them. And this is the law of Moses. As we believe Jesus, when he referred to the law, the Torah, he was just referring to the 10 commandments. But once the priests started to figure out this monetization scheme, this Ponzi scheme, they started sewing in more and more of these false passages Peter's talking about here, spurious passages. And over time, you get this accumulation of laws. So it's kind of like Congress, right? I think in our Congress here in America, there's some crazy stat, like 30,000 new statutes and codes and laws get written every year. And, you know, the reason they do that's obvious. They want there to be so many laws that you walk down the street, you're probably breaking some kind of law, right? And it's a good profit scheme to make laws. So this seems to be what the priestly class did, right? They started writing all these man-made laws, and we get 613 of them by the 1st century. And so then we have Jesus in Mark 7 just condemning the Pharisees, right? Saying you have made the true word of God null and void because of your traditions of men. And you have a fine way of nullifying God's word with your man-made traditions. And again, the Pharisees he was speaking to would have looked at him and been like, what do you mean, Jesus? All of the commandments we follow are in the Torah. What do you mean man-made traditions? So the evidence to me seems clear that he's calling out these false passages. And we have this likely 1st century Nazarene text where Peter is saying, hey, this is exactly what Jesus taught and believed. Be wise money changers.
Yeah, brother.
Here at the Jesus Way podcast, we take Yeshua's commission to serve the least of these very seriously. That to truly follow the Jesus way is to feed the poor and take in the widow and care for the orphan. And so that's why we've partnered with the Minister of Wellness, Nathaniel Jordan, to be our official Jesus Way charity.
Nathaniel is doing incredible work in Kenya, where every month he organizes food drives to feed over 10,000 impoverished children. These meals are fully organic and plant-based, and oftentimes the healthiest meal these children receive all month long. Every dollar you donate provides one meal for a child, and 100% of your donation goes directly to Nathaniel's charity fund.
Learning about the Jesus way is important, but living the Jesus way is essential. And that's why James and I have both chosen to make Nathaniel's ministry our monthly charity. So if you'd like to join us, you can make a one-time donation or set up a monthly recurring donation, whatever resonates with you.
Because one podcast with my brothers and we fed 10,000 children. One podcast. Missionary partners, Brother James, Brother Aaron donating.
So if you'd like to help feed a hungry child in Kenya, the link to Minister Nathaniel's food drive will be in the description below.
And also to your point too about how Moses didn't write the Torah, right? The Apocrypha, and a lot of Israelites read the Apocrypha. It's the 1611 King James Bible with the Apocrypha in it. A lot of Israelites read the Apocrypha. So in Second Ezra, your boy Ezra in the Bible, they has a book called Second Ezra. I have it pulled up. Right? Now, Ezra says in chapter 14 that the Torah is burnt. Now remember, Ezra and Nehemiah is coming out of Babylon to reestablish the temple and all that according to the biblical narrative. But Ezra says in the Apocrypha, we don't even have the Torah. It's burnt. It's burnt. Therefore, we don't even know what to do or how to worship you. And so, long story short, Ezra drank a cup of some fire water, and the spirit came into him, and then he started speaking what you know today as the Torah, and his scribes start swiftly writing down. He did this for 40 days and 40 nights. But what I'm saying is right there in the Apocrypha, for anybody that thinks these brothers are lying, right in the Apocrypha, it shows you by the time we got to Babylon, there was no Torah.
Yes.
There was no Torah. So the earliest you got of those composing Torah is what? The Ezra and the men of the Great Assembly.
Ezra, yeah.
You talking between 450 and 496 BCE, before the Common Era, which again is 1,000 years after Moses.
Yeah.
Right. Moses didn't come down off that mountain saying, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. No, he came down with 10 commands. And that's just what that is. You know what I mean? So, right. If anybody want to read that, that's in 2nd Ezra chapter 14.
Wow.
And if y'all want, I can pull it up just real quick.
Yeah, please pull it up.
Because that right there shows that Moses didn't. The Torah that you have today was not written by Moses.
Right.
It wasn't. If the whole thing was burnt and destroyed, and then in Babylon, Ezra telling you we don't even have a Torah. We don't have your law.
Wow. Wait. So does Ezra say that it was the Babylonians who burned the Torah?
He doesn't say. He's just saying it's burnt.
It was burnt.
Thy law is burnt. Therefore, no man knows basically how to even serve or worship you.
Oh, wow.
So that means that whatever Torah anybody is saying was written by Moses is a lie, because by the time they came out of Babylon, with a refurbished Torah, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Now you can say that was either a spiritual experience, like the Apocrypha says, or you can do what history says and or side with history and say, well, that was Ezra and the men of the Great Assembly. Either way, the furthest you going back is Ezra. And then that's what, 100 and some years before the Septuagint.
Yeah, that's true.
The Greek Septuagint. You know, so where we at with that? Here, right here, 2nd Ezra. Let me share this real quick, bro.
Okay.
Watch this. 2nd, right in the Apocrypha. And Israelites read this. So can't nobody, be like, oh, brother, we don't know what you talking about. Yes, you do. You know exactly what I'm talking about. 2nd Ezra, chapter 14. This is right online. The KJV, King James Bible online. 2nd Ezra. All right. I'm gonna start at verse 1, and then I'm gonna jump down to verse like 20 something. And you're gonna see that they didn't even have a Torah. They didn't have a Torah at the time. And this is right out there. The 1611 King James Bible was published with the Apocrypha in it. 14 extra books. All right. So this right here is 2nd Ezra chapter 14. This is verse 1. And it came to pass upon the 3rd day, I is Ezra, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of a bush over against me, and said, Ezra, or Esdras. That's the Greek way of saying Ezra. And I said, here am I, Lord. And I stood up upon my feet. Then said he unto me, in the bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses, and talk with him when my people served in Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt, and brought him up to the mount of war.
Yo, what's poppin'? I don't know what happened. I guess Kaz dropped off. Salute to the credit gang, man. He'll be back. I'm just up here listening to the lesson, so I don't know where Kaz went, why he dropped off. But yeah. We're gonna just let it sit till he get. Oh, there you go. I was wondering what the hell happened. Big Kaz in the building. What's up, bro?
What up, bro?
Man, walking through this airport, about to connect
Hold on
to my
one
flight.
second, man.
Yeah, take your time.
This thing tripped out for a second. I don't know what's going on, but it tripped out real quick. I'm gonna just back it up.
Word.
And pause and share this real quick. And we right back at it, y'all. Like we never left. You dig what I'm talking about? We already ready to go, man. What up, though, Prince?
Man, your boy out here about to get off in these lower heavens and skate through the ethers. You know what I mean? The atmosphere at the airport right now. You feel me? So I'm just traveling.
Oh man, have a safe flight, man. Where you going?
Back home, South Carolina. I'm coming from Cali.
Cali Alley?
Yeah, boy. I was supposed to hook up with Dread, but we didn't get to hook up.
It be like that sometimes.
Yeah, but this is a good lesson, though. I'm listening in.
Yeah, Mally was cooking on this one, man. The temperament and the strategy was perfectly applied. I agree. I believe. You know what I mean? To my understanding and how it was applied. Dreadful Cosmon brought up something that I noticed also. He says, hold on 1 second, let me go back right here. Dreadful Cosmon brought up something that I noticed also, that Mally didn't bring up oahspe till they brought it up.
Yeah.
Right? And you better believe that was calculated.
Right. We talking about.
Look! I ain't got to say it. Here go the man right here. He said, "Yeah, that was a strategy going in." Gang. Let's keep cooking, y'all. We just gonna keep showing it.
Go ahead.
And talk with him when my people served in Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt and brought him up to the mount of where I held him by me a long season. And I told him many wondrous things and showed him the secrets of the times and the end, and commanded him, saying, these words shall you declare, and these shall you hide. And now I say unto thee, he about to go into his little spiel. Now watch this. I'm going to go down to like verse 21 for time's sake, bro. Watch this. No, verse 19, I'll start there. Then answered I, this is Ezra. Then answered I before thee and said, behold, Lord, I will go as thou, as you have commanded me, and reprove the people which are present. But they that shall be born afterward, who shall admonish them? Thus the world is set in darkness, and they that dwell therein are without light. Verse 21, for thy law, thy Torah is burnt. Therefore, no man knoweth the things that are done of thee, or the work that shall begin. See? So Ezra and Avalon is like, look, the Torah is burnt. We don't even have a Torah.
Wow.
And if that's the case, no man know the things that are done of you, or the work that shall be, or the work that shall begin. But if I have found grace before thee, look what Ezra say, send the Holy Ghost into me, and I shall write all that has been done in the world since the beginning, Genesis, which were written in your law, Torah, that men may find your path, and that they which live, that will live here, read that again, that men may find your path, and that they which will live in the latter days may live. Wow. You see that? Wow. And then he go right to 23 and 24, and he answered me saying, go thy way, gather the people together, and say unto them that they seek thee not for 40 days, but look thou, prepare thee many box trees, and take with thee Sariah, Debriah, Salamiah, Echanas, and Aziel, these 5 which are ready to write swiftly. You see? And see, so this is in Babylon. This is in Babylon, and Ezra boldly declaring that what? That the law of the Torah is burnt. We don't even have a Torah. Wow. So he send the Holy Ghost into me. I'm going to write everything that went down since the beginning or Genesis. And he told them what? Go grab these scribes right here, and they have the ability to write swiftly. That's what happened. So that right there is your biblical proof that Moses did not write the Torah that you have today. He didn't. Wow. There it is. By the time Israel was in Babylon, or Judah was in Babylon, there was no Torah. There was no Torah.
Right.
This reminds me of the story that Cam tells us about, I think, King Hezekiah, where they found a different Torah, Oh, is that before or after this?
That is before
Okay.
the Babylonian captivity.
Before.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
You familiar with the Moses scroll, Malachi?
Yes.
That's another huge proof, man.
Yeah. So the bottom line
Yeah,
is
man.
there was a debate, and there wasn't just like one consistent Torah passed down forever. Things were being burned, things were being destroyed. They're finding new scrolls.
Well,
it's not like this consistent history of just Moses wrote it and we've had it intact ever since.
No, totally the opposite. What scholars basically say happened is the two kingdoms are divided. Northern kingdom is Israel, southern kingdom is Judah, right? The Babylonians capture Judah around 586, and the two nations are scattered for a while. And eventually the Assyrians conquer Babylon. I think it was only like less than 100 years later, actually, that the Assyrians conquer Jerusalem. And the king of Assyria, I forget his name, he wanted to free the Jewish people to practice their familial religion and all that freely. Yes, Cyrus, thank you. So King Cyrus was benevolent towards them, said, hey, come back home. You guys can practice your religion under us. It's all good. And then you get this merging of the northern and southern tribes into finally one people, right? Jewish people. And so this is why we see the multiple creation accounts, multiple accounts of a lot of things in the Bible. I think there's multiple accounts of the 10 Commandments. It's because probably Ezra, somebody like Ezra, but likely him, had this, made this attempt to weave the different versions of the Torah or whatever they had together to bring the people together. And based on what you just read, Malachi, it does make sense that the Torah is burnt would be a reference to the Babylonian captivity, because we know they burned the temple down, the first temple, and they burned down the whole city, right? And back then there was not widespread publication of text like there is today. Probably the only copies of the Torah they had would have been in the temple, and maybe different Levite priests here and there or whatever have different copies of texts, whatever, that they kind of stitch together. But the bottom line is the Torah we have today does look like this stitching together of two different traditions, which scholars identify as the northern and southern kingdoms. And again, that's around the 400s BCE.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking like 1,000 years later than, your average Christian walking down the street would think. Like most Christians fully believe the Torah goes all the way back to Moses, 1,400 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just no evidence that that's the case. And all the evidence is the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. It is. And for anybody that's like a Bible hugger, Bible thumper, Bible devotee, just look, if you just slow down and read what we're talking about, and just take your feelings off the table and just read and be objective with it, you'll see exactly what these brothers are saying. It makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Malachi, how do you see the Essene movement fitting into this narrative of Jewish history? Who were the Essenes to you, and how does that inform who the early Christians were?
Well, my viewpoint dealing with the Essenes, and I would throw the Nazarenes in there, which is just another branch of the Essenes. These were the real what you call worshipers or followers of the Almighty, of the Creator. And I look at biblical figures like John the Baptist, Jesus of Nazareth, his entire family, as these this family that comes out of a community of brothers and sisters that were plant-based, that were pacifists. They were also healers too. I want to bring that up. Brothers were healers. They were very, very thorough in the knowledge of herbs.
Mm-hmm.
They were healers as well. And they were against the warfare, bro. They were against the slaughterhouse you call the temple in Jerusalem. They were against the Orthodox. We look at the Orthodox of that day, like the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and all them, being up under the direct inspiration of the Canaanite god Baal.
Mm-hmm.
At times, the goddess Ashtaroth or whatever. But evidence of that is even in the book of Hosea, where he says, you won't call me Baali anymore, but you'll call me Ishi. So there's a time in which Baal was the supreme deity over the children of Israel. You understand? But out of the entire population, you always had those who separated themselves. History called them the Qumran community, Dead Sea Scrolls, whatever, but they separated themselves and they lived totally opposite of what was going down in Jerusalem and all the surrounding areas around it. So I believe that brothers like James and them and Jesus and his entire family and them were a part of this Essene movement, these Essene communities, whether they call themselves Nazarenes, Essenes, in the oahspe Bible, they're called Essenes or spirit men. S is spirit, Essene or spirit man. And it's the same message that they were non-resistant. They were totally against warfare. They were totally against slavery. They believed that all people were the chosen of the Almighty as long as they decided to choose a certain lifestyle. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's how I look at that. I look at brothers. I look at the Jesus, the Essene of the Nazarene, as a revolutionary brother who spoke out against the established Torah of his day. And you can see it when you read like the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew chapter 5 through chapter 7.
Oh, yeah.
He's laying out what's written in the plain Torah, and he's saying, you have heard it been said this, but I say to you, do this. So he's openly teaching against the Torah that was written out by the scribes of his day. He's totally against it. You know what I mean? So that's how I look at that, bro. I look at them as like a family, a revolutionary family. All right, but they not revolution in the sense of the zealots, you know what I mean, sticks and bombs and overthrow the Roman Empire and all that. Was here to bring the light of the Creator and bring that to this dark world and show people this is how you live and establish the Creator's kingdom on this earth like this, by living communal, living in communities, bringing all your resources together, having everything in common, you know. And then like when he said, if they come against you in this city, flee into another. So when we saw the Romans, you know what I mean, outside of Jerusalem, our job wasn't to take up arms against the Romans. We were supposed to get out of there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then go somewhere else and turn that into a paradise. Because these brothers were very skilled, again, in botany and herbs and all that, bro. They could these brothers could turn a wilderness into a paradise based on knowledge and skill.
That's true, man. That's true.
You know, so yeah, bro, that's how I look at that. And so even like today, the message is revolutionary and it's radical, but it's not radical in the sense of, you know, blowing up towers or none of that. Like, we're not trying to overthrow the United States government or none of that. Hell, if they was to come against us, we're gonna be low running. It's time to go. We're gonna get up out of there and we're gonna go somewhere else and turn it into a paradise.
Yeah.
You see, same type thing. Yeah.
One of the other things we've talked about a lot in this podcast is how the Catholic Church basically committed what's called matricide with the Jewish Christians, the Nazarenes, which means matricide means killing your own mother. And again, scholars talk about this, that Jewish Christianity is the fountainhead of the whole movement, and it only becomes Gentile Christianity almost a century later through Marcion and Paul's letters. But I'm sure you know this, Malachi, but Eusebius records, maybe Epiphanius, that the disciples in Jerusalem were warned by Jesus in a dream to flee from Jerusalem into the Transjordan. Are you aware of that?
Seven communities over there.
Yes. And that kind of like Transjordan, Col, Syria region is where we see that all the Jewish Christian groups, Nazarenes, Ebionites, Elkosites, everybody, living for the next 5-6 centuries. We have records of them. And there's this Greek term used by a number of external sources, like the letter of Julius Africanus. He talks about the family of Christ. He calls them the Desposiani, I think is the word. And you hear this term, I think Josephus uses it, and it literally means like the family of the Lord. It's the bloodline of Jesus. And, Dr. James Tabor talks about this in his book, The Jesus Dynasty, that, the bloodline of Jesus unquestionably continued after him through James and then Simeon. And then we have the next 13 Hebrew bishops that they appointed, named by Eusebius. And a lot of scholars think that all those selections probably had some kind of blood relation to Jesus, cousins or whatever. And the fact that we have 3rd and 4th century records of people saying that the Desposiani live out in the Transjordan in the region of Nazara and stuff, right? We have people saying the bloodline of Christ is over here. And yet we have the Romans over here saying, no, we have the true apostolic tradition. You know, Peter came to our church and blah, blah, blah. And they're trying to basically exterminate the Jewish Christians in the Kol Syria Transjordan region, who, again, everyone of that day knew that that was where the family of Christ's bloodline was living. So it's another one of those head scratchers that you're like, how did we lose this forgotten history of what really happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like, man, when the dust settled, they all settled or went with Saul of Tarsus.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He did a lot of damage, man. He did a lot of damage to the whole Nazarene movement. And it seems as if the Roman Empire morphed into destroying it through information.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Of course, they did their thing physically and was spilling blood and doing all that. But the main damage came through the misinformation that was passed in. And then, you know, once you get to coming up with your canons and all that and coming up with your chapters and verses on down the line through all the different ecumenical councils and all that, bro, what you got is it's a big mess now.
Mm-hmm.
What you got is a mess.
It's a man-made tradition.
And unfortunately, a lot of folks, they leave, I guess you would say their salvation, they leave that to the pastors and the ministers and the bishops. They don't, man, people these days don't know anything about no church fathers, man, Eusebius, and, you know, they don't know nothing about none of that, bro. Like, people don't even read that type of history.
It's true.
All they know is Jesus said this because of what Paul said, you know, and they roll with it. Like, you brothers that went deep, brothers like us, we have went deep and studied, migration patterns and, you know what I mean, and diet and characters of the Creator, and even getting on down and showing Constantine in them, and even back further, studying pre-Nicene Christian literature and Nicene era Christian literature and post-Nicene Christian literature. Like, bro, I spent well over $1,000 on books and all that, just trying to piece all this stuff together. Like, man, what really happened and what was going on? You see, but I had to realize that man, majority of the world haven't even went this deep, bro.
Oh yeah,
they haven't even went this deep. A passage in Josephus says there are 3 philosophical sects amongst the Jews. 3, right? He says Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, and out of these 3, the latter are the only ethnic-born Jews. The Essenes. You understand? I'm like, well, no, that means Jesus was an Essene and John the Baptist and them was the same. So when he's arguing with Pharisees and arguing with Sadducees, and don't forget about the Herodians and how, you know, they're the client kings and all that, or puppet masters of Rome. They're the tax collectors for Rome and all that, like the Alexanders are in Egypt. Come on, man. It's like it gets real messy after a while. And what I realized is this, like some of this information that have your head spinning, and most people are comfortable where they're at in their spirituality. They don't want to go that far, bro. It makes them uncomfortable. You understand? And they've committed their entire life and given away so much money to this falsehood, you understand, to where they just like, man, look, I'd rather just accept what I have and just ride it on out. And I'm like, nah, not me.
No,
not me. I want to get to the bottom of this. That's the only way to it, bro.
Yeah,
That's
man.
the only way.
Better to die in service of truth than to live as a slave to falsity, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, come on, man. Stop it. That's like, man, listen, bro. Especially in this day, information age, bro. There's no reason for you to be ignorant about anything.
Right.
Especially biblical history. You really need to know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not hard to find. It's just very extensive. It's a lot of reading and studying and piecing together. You know what I mean? But once you learn the character of the Creator, once you know that, you know, and that's why I tell people who really don't want to go that deep, learn the character of the Almighty. Once you understand that, no matter what you read, you can read the newspaper. If you read something that goes against the character of the Almighty, you instantly can question it and say, oh no, that's not the Almighty, that's not the Creator, that's a deity or a false God, pump faking, acting as if it's the Almighty. You feel me? So that's what I found out. I just found out the easiest way to get people to understand or to show them how to navigate these murky waters we call the Bible. Learn the character or the nature of the Almighty first. Once you do that, whatever you read, you can properly, differentiate between what's real and what's not.
Amen, bro. I mean, that's the main reason we started this podcast last year, was the learning curve for people to really grasp this message is enormous. And I think it's designed that way, right? I think the Catholic Church fathers for thousands of years have continued the complexifying of the religion and the obfuscating of ancient history, the Nazarenes, Essenes, and all of that, and stigmatizing it all, so that actually finding answers to these questions is very challenging. It takes a lot of time and legwork, and seeing the red flags in the Bible takes almost no time. If you're just an objective, logical person who wants to know what's true and not be deceived, and you read, Paul, you're going to be like, man, there's just alarm bells galore in this dude's writings. But to make sense out of those red flags is what takes all the legwork and the studying and the research. And so thank God for people like you, Malachi, and so many of our other friends, Nathaniel Jordan being one, where we, James and I started, we got red pilled, or Naz pilled as we call it, on this a couple of years ago. And we were like, who else on YouTube is talking about this? And we only found like one or two other people. We didn't find your channel somehow, but David the Nazarene, Chris Sartain. And we started reaching out to these guys and just talking with them. And it's like all of us in our own kind of isolated bubbles have studied this topic for thousands of hours. And we've all come to the same conclusions independently. And then yourself included, and Brother Nathaniel included. So that to me shows that there is a real truth here that people are finding independently of one another. And that's how you know something is true, is the independent attestation and corroboration of it.
Yeah, like how do all of us, we don't even know each other.
Yeah.
Right. But we come to the same conclusions after studying this, similar literature, similar text and all that. Come to the exact same understanding, man. I did the Nazarene. I did 110 Nazarene editions. All 4 hours a piece, so over 440 hours.
Jeez,
bro, I don't know what. Hey, man, I'm just saying. Look, I got inspired out of nowhere. It's like the Almighty put a battery in my back, bro. I was like, oh man, I'm dropping. I started dropping like 3 times a week, just back to back to back to back. Nazarene edition 56, 57, 58. I got all the way up to like 110. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, you know what? At least I left a breadcrumb trail for anybody. You know what I mean? At least I left a trail for you to find. You know what I mean? And that was cool with me. I was like, man, I spent over 400 hours, bro, just putting this information out. I get calls to this day. I get emails, people saying, hey, bro, I checked out Nazarene edition part 62. It changed my life, man. I'm switching up my diet. I never knew. Like, I talked to a brother the other day. He didn't even know Jesus had brothers. And this is an Israelite brother that supposedly studies the Bible real deep and all that. I said, yeah, bro, in Matthew chapter 13 and in Mark chapter 6, it lists Jesus' brothers. He got a brother. He has 4 brothers and 2 sisters. He said, what? He was like, man, I didn't even know that. I said, yeah, who you think Paul was talking to at the Jerusalem assembly? He was like, what Jerusalem assembly? I say, brother, Acts chapter 15 and Acts 21. James stands up and he said, Aki, that's Hebrew for brother, my brother. He said, Aki, I didn't have no clue. I didn't have a clue that Jesus had brothers, or that his brother was the one like giving orders to Paul after he died. So then he was like, oh, so that was before Paul met Jesus, right? I said, bro, he never met him. Well, no, he did. I said, what you talking about, the vision he had? I said, but he never met him like me. He never met him, bro. You know what I mean? He had a vision he claimed he had, but outside of that doesn't classify you meeting this man by having a dream about it. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, bro, the selective scripture reading, I call it sorcery, whether it's with dealing with the Christianity or whether dealing with the Israelite movement, bro. It's selective scripture reading. And those in charge who are coming up with the curriculum, they know exactly what they're doing. Because there's no way this brother's been studying the Bible about 15 years, 15 years?
Yeah.
A close brother of mine, but he's been told like to stay away from me though. Like, the elders down here told him like, stay away from Malachi, like, all that. But being that we have a close friend that's the same, we see each other all the time. And so I just told him, I was like, yeah, bro, Jesus had brothers, man. You know what I mean? Now I named him, and he was like, bro, I had no idea. I said, nah, that's a problem. You don't know who you follow didn't have a family, brother.
And Paul calls James the brother of the Lord. You can't miss
Galatians
it.
1:19.
Glossed over though. They don't want people to deep dive into this.
Of course. And this is the problem with like the clip you shared of the Black Hebrew Israelites earlier being like, yeah, I would kill my kids if God told me to. And then you had all those clips of people who actually killed their children because God told them to. And that's the common thread is God told me to, God told me to. Like that is the most unjustifiable, unprovable claim you can make. Nobody can prove or disprove that God told you anything. We just have to take your word for it. And it's like, I'm not willing to do that.
Hey man, I gotta take your word for it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we all have dreams and visions. You know what I mean? We all that premonition, some deja vu or whatever. But man, look, I don't take myself serious, let alone the vision of someone else who's never even met the man that he's preaching to me about.
It's crazy, bro.
Like, stop this. Yeah. That's crazy, man.
So this has been the best interview ever. We're having so much fun. As we wrap up, we wanted to talk for a few minutes about something you put on our radar that we had never actually even heard of, called the oahspe Bible. I heard you talking to Nathaniel about it and just pulling from it, and you described it as a book of higher light. And when you started reading some passages, it was like, whoa, I felt the love and I felt the light in it. And it was fully aligned with this Essene Nazarene message. Can you introduce our audience to the oahspe Bible?
Yeah. Now, when you're dealing with the oahspe is a spiritual text that was written in 1881 of the Common Era. It was available for public scrutiny in 1882 by, believe it or not, brother, by a New York dentist. The brother was a dentist.
Wow.
So dentist by trade. So look, he wasn't a historian. He wasn't an anthropologist, any of that. And the crazy part about it is he never took credit for it. You feel me? So that's like George Lucas not taking credit for Star Wars, or Michael Jackson not taking credit for Thriller. You feel me? And so it sounds crazy to folk, but the similar thing happened to Ezra when I read earlier in Ezra with the Apocrypha. It's a similar thing to where if something spiritual was coming into the physical world, some type of spiritual visitation has to happen. Whether you talk about Moses and the Ten Commandments, the Bible says they were written with the finger of God. So something spiritual has to happen in order to pass a spiritual revelation into the physical world. Something spiritual has to happen. In his case, that's what happened. But for me, because I know it sounds crazy to folks, but for me, it's like, man, look at the information and see if it line up, right? So when I first read oahspe, I wanted to know about Jesus. I'm like, look, I'm an Israelite that, and then I'm into the testimony of Yahshua, Jesus. I want to know what it say about Jesus first, and then I'll get into everything else, right? Man, bro, when I flipped over there and it went to the birth of Joshua or Yahshua, bro, it came right out and said he was out the Essene community. They never ate flesh. He was born to Joseph and Mary or Marah. They were non-resistant. They lived in communities and all that. Oahspe has the most detailed understanding of who the Essenes are. You know what I mean? In oahspe, I say, wow. So I read that, and then I read his teaching, his teaching, Jesus' teaching in there. And bro, it lined right up with what I read in the Gospel of the Holy 12. It lined right up with what I read in the Clementine Homily. I say, whoa, we got something here. Now, a lot of people was like, well, it's late. It came late. I mean, okay. There was a time when the Torah was late on the scene and all the Egyptian literature had been around. The only thing that's there that we can prove if it has merit or not is we got to open up the book and see if the information is valid or not. That's it. You know what I mean? We can argue about, okay, he was a dentist, he was into spiritualism. It don't sound right. But one thing you won't hear him saying is, oh yeah, the Almighty wants blood for for the remission of sins, or the Almighty condones the warfare going on between Israel and the Palestinians, or the Almighty is weak, the Almighty is ignorant, the Almighty. You won't hear any of this type stuff. It's like, oh, okay. So saying that to say the oahspe is a very, very powerful spiritual text that I found that a lot of people are scared of to this day, bro. They're scared of it because it exposes the false deities or false gods everywhere, hiding everywhere, bro. Now, right here, this is called the Banner of Light letter. John Newbro's letter dated January 21st, 1883, to the Banner of Light, a popular spiritualist weekly periodical of the day. All right, look what it says. It says, to the editor of the Banner of Light, Boston, Massachusetts, dear sir, it says, in compliance with your request that I furnish for publication a brief article in regard to the writing of oahspe, the new Bible, I cheerfully proceed to do so. You have observed, no doubt, that in oahspe no mention is made of the manner in which the book was written, nor by whom. Well, was it not plain to anybody acquainted with such matters that any statement on my part would not be believed by persons unacquainted with spiritual manifestations? And had I said that I myself wrote it, my own friends, my own acquaintances would have known better. Had I said that the angels wrote it through my hands, then I would have been denounced as a pretender. So no, he's saying, he's like, look, man, go ask my friends if I wrote this. There is no way possible that he wrote that. Because remember, he was a dentist.
Yeah.
He was a dentist. You know, he wasn't some type of huge historical guru or any of that. You understand? He was a dentist, y'all. Remember this as we write this. So he was like, if you ask my homeboys and them, man, I wrote this, they'd have laughed at you. No. Look at this. Look what he says, though. It makes sense. He says, again, if a book have merit, what matters it as to who wrote it? And if it have no merit, then certainly it does not matter whence it came. The time has been when the name of an author clothed his product with some sort of authority. I rejoice that that day is past, that man worship is at an end, and that all books, including Bibles, are perused not as authorities, but as pastimes to lead us nearer and nearer to the everlasting light. And if a man turn out a good book, I accord him little more credit than I would a ripe apple for being on the sunny side of the tree. Look at this. But I rejoice most of all because our Heavenly Father, through his angels, cooperating with our forefathers, provided us a government that protects us in publishing our highest conceptions. You're talking about the American government. Look at this. Regardless of creeds or dogmas, why today we have Protestant preachers in their pulpits denying the inspiration of the Old and New Testaments, and only in the slightest possible degree less than Thomas Paine. They begin to judge so-called sacred books according to what they are and not by a supposed authority. This is progress, undoubtedly. Yeah. On reflecting on these things, it was concluded to publish the first edition of oahspe without any reference to its authorship. No attempt has been made to conceal the method in which it was written, but most of the particulars have been told from time to time to inquiring friends. Briefly then, oahspe was mechanically written through my hands by some other intelligence than my own. Look at that. He's not taking credit for this, y'all. Look at it. Many spiritualists are acquainted with this automatic movement of the hands, independent of one's volition. There are thousands and thousands of persons who have this quality. It can also be educated, or rather the susceptibility to external power can be increased. In my own case, I discovered many years ago in sitting in circles to obtain spiritual manifestations that my hands could not lie on the table without flying off into these tantrums. Often they would write messages left or right, backward or forward, nor could I control them in any other way than by withdrawing from the table. Sometimes the power thus baffled would attack my tongue or my eyes or my ears, and I talked and saw and heard differently from my normal state. Then I went to work in earnest to investigate spiritualism, and I investigated over 200 mediums, traveling hundreds and hundreds of miles for its purpose. Often I took them to my own house and experimented with them to my heart's content. I found that nearly all of them was subject to this involuntary movement of the hands or to entrancement. They told me it was angels controlling them. In course of time, about 10 or 15 years, I began to believe in spiritualism, but I was not satisfied with the communications. I was craving for the light of heaven. I did not desire communications from friends or relatives or information about earthly things. I wished to learn something about the spirit world, what the angels did, how they traveled, and the general plan of the universe. Nothing evil so far, you know. Look at this.
No blood.
So after a while, because some people say this is evil, but you know, if you just read what he's saying. Look what it says. So after a while, I took it into my head that wise and exalted angels would commune better with us if we purified ourselves physically and spiritually. Then I gave up, look at this, y'all. Then I gave up eating flesh and fish, milk and butter, and took to rising before day, bathing twice a day. He on his Essene tip. Brother James Benefico, Brother Aaron McKee, look, he's bathing twice a day. He's purifying himself. Look at this. Then I'm gonna read it again. Then I gave up eating flesh and fish, milk and butter, and took to rising before day, bathing twice a day, and occupying a small room alone, where I sat every morning, half an hour before sunrise, recounting daily to my Creator my shortcomings and governing myself in thought and deed. In 6 years training, I reduced myself from 250 pounds down to 180. Wow. My rheumatism or my arthritis was all gone, and I had no more headaches. I became limber and sprightly. A new lease of life came to me. Then a new condition of control came upon my hands. Instead of the angels holding my hands as formerly, they held their hands over my head, and they were clothed with sufficient materiality for me to see them. And a light fell upon my hands as they lay on the table. In the meantime, I had attained to hear audible angel voices near me. I was directed to get a typewriter. Y'all, the typewriter had just been invented. I was directed to get a typewriter which writes by keys like a piano. This I did, and I applied myself industriously to learn it, but with only indifferent success. He didn't know how to type. With only indifferent success. For 2 years more, the angels propounded to me questions relative to heaven and earth, which no mortal could answer very intelligently. I always look back on those 2 years as an enigma. Perhaps it was to show me that man is but an ignoramus at best. Perhaps I was waiting for constitutional growth to be good. Well, one morning the light struck both my hands and on the back, and they went for the typewriter. For some 15 minutes, very vigorously, I was told not to read what was printed. And I had worked myself into such a religious fear of losing this new power that I obeyed reverently. So he didn't even read what he was typing, y'all.
Wow.
He didn't even read it. Look at this. The next morning, also before sunrise, the same power came and wrote, or printed rather again. Again, I laid the matter away very religiously, saying little about it to anybody. One morning, I accidental to me, looked out of the window and beheld the line of light that rested on my hands, extending heavenward like a telegraph wire towards the sky. Over my head were 3 pairs of hands, fully materialized. Behind me stood another angel with her, it's a female angel, with her hands on my shoulders. My looking did not disturb the scene. My hands kept right on printing for 50 weeks, beginning spring 1880. This continued every morning, half an hour or so before sunrise, and then it ceased, and I was told to read and publish the book Oahspe. Now, during all the while I have pursued my vocation, dentistry, nor has this matter, nor my diet, vegetables, fruit, and farinaceous food detracted any from my health or strength. Although I have continued this discipline for upwards of 10 or more years, I am firmly convinced that there are numberless persons who might attain to marvelous development if they would thus train themselves. So he's saying, ain't nothing special about me. You can do the same thing. If they would just train themselves. A strict integrity to one's highest light is essential to development. Self-abnegation, meaning deny yourself, and purity should be the motto and discipline of everyone capable of angel communion. With this in their practice, we might have enough Bibles in a little while to deluge or to flood the religious world. But since talking of oneself is the greatest damage one can do to his own mediumship, I thus close. Yours truly, J.D.
Wow.
That's what happened, bro. Yep, that's what happened. And you notice he had to purify himself.
Hey,
Oh, man.
my first thought,
he had to purify himself, bro.
my first thought on reading this Malachi is there's no way this guy isn't a reincarnated Essene.
Yeah.
He just intuitively figures out the exact Essene protocol and follows it to the letter. That's some past life stuff.
Yeah, man.
And it shows what the Essenes were doing, that the higher light comes through when you purify your vessel. You know, the Essene Gospel of Peace talks all about that too.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening in the world right now. All these people who are lost in darkness, a lot of it's because their vessel is so polluted that the light is not shining through.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can't get on the right frequency. You can't get on the right frequency to tap in with your creator, man. You know what I mean? And so this brother, that's exactly what he did. So you got a lot of people that reject this because they look at it like, oh, no, that don't seem right. That's witchcraft. That's, all this extra. But it's like, you haven't read anything evil yet. And look, he's not even taking credit for this thing.
Yeah.
He ain't even taking credit for it. He be like, man, I ask my friends if I wrote that. They'll laugh at you. There's no way this man did this. You know what I mean? So, but what I want to share with y'all is the teachings of Jesus the Essene.
Yeah.
Or Joshua the Essene in Oahspe, right? I want to share that with y'all just real quick, man, because it is very, very powerful. And man, when I read this, I was like, look, this is the first spot I went to. I was like, man, let me go see what's going on, Chris.
Hey, while you're pulling that up, another thought I had on this with Oahspe is I've been teaching channel text for better part of 8 years now on YouTube. And a lot of my online reputation is known for the guy who teaches channel texts. For me, it's mostly the Law of One and A Course in Miracles are my big two. But I like to think I have a pretty good nose for legitimate channeled works versus fake ones, as you probably do. Like, I can read something and just kind of intuitively feel like this is legit or it's not legit. And I get people all the time sending me texts like, yo, Aaron, you got to check this channel text out, man. And they send it and I'm like, nah, bro, this is not it.
It's channeled from a demon, maybe.
Yeah. Or it's just, some person gobbledygook trying to sound like they're channeling. But watching your videos when you talked about oahspe, my ears perked up and I'm like, I haven't heard of this. How have I, the guy who teaches channel text, not heard of this channel text? And as you started reading it, man, like James said, I sat up in my seat. I'm like, wow, this is some high level stuff. Like this is a legitimate channeled work. And the thing that stuck out to me the most, and maybe you're going to read it here, I don't know, but is the section where he lists out the laws of the creator. And the very first law is a fleshless diet. And that to me, I thought was just a hallmark of this being a channeled work. Because I think with, I call it the negative polarity, evil, Satanism, the darkness, right? The negative polarity always infiltrates good religions and corrupts them, right? With Judaism, Islam, Christianity, and this is their MO. And so if you're going to create a new, religion or spiritual movement, you kind of have to set your foundational laws up a certain way, right? To prevent this negative infiltration, which is going to happen at some point. And so James and I were commenting on how brilliant it is of oahspe to say, hey, the first law is do not eat flesh or consume flesh, because right there, that law makes it impossible to justify any other form of violence, right? The way that Judaism and Islam and Christianity all justify violence and genocide with their holy scriptures, because they're in there, like we've been saying this whole podcast. But with oahspe, it's like, hey, rule number 1, no violence, no flesh, no blood. And you're like, well, that makes it really hard for the darkness to get in there and contaminate it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You brought up Law 1 and the raw papers and all them.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but I think I forgot exactly where it's at in the Law of 1, bro.
I'm gonna pull it up because it's a great passage.
The question about oahspe is asked. They were asking, was it revealed through like a higher council or something like that? And whoever challenged the Law 1 straight said was like, nah, man, hey, oahspe came from basically the brotherhood that I'm part of type. I was like, whoa. So it's a certain part in there where there's a question about the channel text and oahspe comes up. Yeah.
Let me read it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and read it, bro.
Yeah, this is where I got really interested in reading oahspe. I'm only like 5 or 6 chapters in, but I'm loving it so far. And it was because I read this passage, James mentioned it. I was like, wait, the channel text that I think is the most legitimate signs off on oahspe. That's a good sign. And so it's session 14, question 28. Don says, can you tell me who was responsible for transmitting the book oahspe? This was transmitted by one of the Confederation social memory complexes. So basically advanced benevolent ETs, whose idea as offered to the council was to use some of the known physical history of the so-called religions and religious distortions of your cycle in order to veil and partially unveil aspects of the Law of One. All names can be taken to be created for their vibrational characteristics. oahspe uses all kinds of interesting names. So that's what he means there.
Atmospheria and
yeah, lots of stuff. They have a whole glossary at the front. And then it says, the information buried within has to do with a deeper understanding of love and light and the attempts of infinite intelligence through many messengers to teach and learn those entities of your sphere. And then he asks one more time, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, this is session 17 now. In the book of oahspe, it states that if an individual is more than 50% service to others and less than 50% service to self, then he is harvestable. Is this a correct statement? And this blew my mind, bro. Ross says, this is correct. This is the harvesting to fourth density positive. And bro, I've been teaching this for years, the 51% service to others. I believed, I just assumed that this was a concept unique to the Law of One. But, you know, I've read this book 11 times and I didn't catch this until I pulled up this passage. I was like, oh, Ra's actually saying that they get that dichotomy of 95% service to self or 51% service to others. These are the graduation points for the light and for the darkness. And so that's when I was like, all right, I'm definitely reading this book now.
Yeah, hey brother, I'm telling you, like when I found out that the law one was vouching for oahspe, I say, good night. We got a problem.
Yeah.
We got a problem. It may be more to this than we think. So, a lot of people, especially in the Israelite community, because, I'm the one that really brought it to the forefront of the Israelite understanding. It was a brother before me named Selah Shalom, but he wasn't as deep in the Israelite community as I've been. You know what I mean? And he got a whole university online, Selah Shalom TV, going back 12, 13 years of breaking down oahspe. Like, he got a whole playlist, bro, a whole university, and breaking down the timelines and everything. Right. So, but when it come down to bringing the attention, and to mainstream Israelite, me bringing this out, man, so many people are laughing. Oh, you following the dentist, and his name John Newbro. Oh, you following John Marlboro? Trying to call him cigarettes and all that. I'm like, man, look, man, all y'all have is jokes. Nobody can rebut what is coming out of this book, though.
Yeah,
like if it's a Dr. Seuss book, why is it bringing more light than the Bible that you hugging on or you hold on to? Why? Right. So look, bro, let me read some of this. This right here is on the page, the cover page of oahspe, and then I'm gonna read some of the teachings of Jesus the Essene, bro. It's very, very powerful.
Wow.
So this right here, oahspe, right, and oahspe is a word that means sky, earth, spirit. Sky, earth, space, spirit. Okay, that's all it means. It's not the witchcraft word. Your head's not gonna start spinning around because you read it. It's just a book, bro. Knows what it says. It says practical guidebook to the spiritual life. Okay, so it's something that you can put into practice while you're living. Okay, standard edition. In modern American language, so we don't even need a Strong's Concordance about the Greek and the Hebrew. We don't need none of that. It's written in modern American language, okay?
Thank God.
Look what it said. It says, you have a corporeal body and a spiritual body. Corporeal meaning physical, okay? Hear me and I will open your understanding. I come to free not only the physical man, but the spiritual man. See, your spirit is bound by these institutions or these weapons of the false gods called religion. Okay? So this is freedom across the board for physical slaves and spiritual slaves. This is a benefit to all humanity. Look at this. Yet with your freedom, you also attain to responsibility, so that sooner or later, your fidelity to your creator and to your fellow man in righteousness, love, and good works shall become the most sacred study of your life. Look at that, bro. Y'all hear that?
Wow.
Look at this. Your God does not come in this era as a dictator, but as your elder brother with ample experience. Nor do I command saying you shall believe because I, your God, have said it or revealed it in this book. You don't just believe anything because it's written down. You got to test this merit, right? Look at it.
Sense.
Nevertheless, through oahspe, light of Jehovih, the creator, is revealed to man. And man is the judge himself and labor to save himself, so that by this he may have honor and glory. For the will of the creator is not for man to be forever led, right? The training wheels got to come off sometimes, right? Eventually, you got to take the training wheels off. Look, but for man to ultimately have the light of practicing good works organically from infancy up. Look at that. Nothing evil thus far, my brothers. Look at this. oahspe, a primary. Yes, oahspe is a primary for the information it contains. You're not going to read this nowhere else in the world. It is a primary text. Written in 1881. Look at this. A primary. What is it for, y'all? It's for the spiritual and practical enlightenment and development of individuals, groups, and humanity, for their glory and happiness and for the glory of the whole. In the words of the creator and who? His angel ambassadors.
Some real demonic stuff here, man.
You say real demonic.
Real
huh?
demonic, bro.
Come on. Man. Being a cosmon or a modern Bible. Now look what it contains. It contains the history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 25,000 years, bro. Look at that. Look at that. Being from the submersion of the continent of Pan in the Pacific Ocean. We can talk about that one day. There's something called the Ring of Fire in the Pacific Ocean that's still burning today.
Wow.
But we'll talk about that.
No way.
Being from the submersion of the continent of Pan, the Pacific Ocean, commonly called the flood or the deluge, to the Cosmon era of the present time. Also, a brief history of the preceding years from man's beginning on earth to the flood, together with a synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe, the creation of planets, the creation of man, the unseen worlds, the labor and glory of gods and goddesses in the heavens of the earth and in the ethereal heavens above them. Hey, man, that's what I'm saying. I ain't read nothing evil yet. You feel me? If anything, it's intriguing. Like, hold on, man. You know, what I've been reading ain't talking about none of this.
Mm-hmm.
It says, with the new commandments of Jehovah, the man of the present day, and other revelations from the second resurrection, formed in the words in the 33rd year of the Cosmon era, which is 1881. Now, look, let's read about Jesus the saint real quick. And then we can take it from there, y'all. Nice. Look, I'm telling y'all, this is a powerful read. And Brother Aaron, I didn't even know you was into like the channel text, brother. That's what I'm talking about.
It's like one of the most popular Law of One teachers.
Yeah, and I've been getting hate for years from Christians for teaching the Law of One, because they're like, "Oh, you teach a channeled text? That's evil." I'm like, "Oh, you want to joke about channeled text? Okay, we can go there."
Right. Hey, come on, man. Think about it. Now look at this right here. This is the book of God's book. It's the doctrines of Joshua and its death. Joshua or Yeshua, who the world knows Jesus. You know what I mean? Now look at chapter 44. God said, "These are my doctrines as I talk through Joshua." All right. One of the images of Joshua. You know. Now look at this. Verse 2. It says right here, "You shall keep the 10 commandments of Moses." Look at that. Look at that. Verse 3. "You shall not engage in war or bet war." Look at that. Verse 4. "You shall eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creeping thing that the Creator created alive." Look at this, verse 5. "You shall dwell in families or communities in the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common." We see that at the end of Acts chapter 2 and Acts chapter 4. You see? Look at this. "You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your Creator. You shall not call on the name of angels to worship them, nor to counsel with them on the affairs of earth. You shall love your neighbor as yourself, and do to your fellow man as you would have him do to you. You shall return good for evil and pity to those who sin." It has been said, "Eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." But I say, return good for evil, and if a man beats you on one cheek, turn the other to him also. Okay. Stop telling everybody it's what you're doing wrong. Look, everybody knows exactly what they're doing that's wrong.
Yeah.
He say, just only talk about it, what he doing right. Hey, brother, I see you. Hey, brother, I see you over there doing that, man. Hey, man, keep going. Proud of you. Hey, sister, I see you over there trying your best to get this going. I'm proud of you. Keep going.
Yeah.
Right? Why? Because your matters are with your Creator. Like, I don't need you to remind me where I fall short at. You know what I mean? So it's just saying, look, only behold the virtue in your neighbor, man.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Verse 18. "Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Creator only. And when you pray, let it be in this manner: Jehovah, who rules in heaven and earth, hallowed be your name, and reverend among men. Sufficient for me is my daily bread. My daily bread, not my steak sandwich. Sufficient for me is my daily bread. And as much as I forgive those who trespass against me, so forgive me. And make me steadfast to shun temptation. For all honor and glory are yours, worlds without end. Amen. Look at this. To visit the sick and distressed, the helpless and blind, and to relieve them, to provide for the widow and orphan, and keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of salvation or redemption. You see? See, it's all about righteous work.
That's good.
It's all about righteous work. It's not about flesh here. Go ahead, bro. You say what?
I just said that's good stuff, man.
Yeah, man. I read a couple more of them. You shall take no part in the governments of men, but observe the will of Jehovah, being obedient to all governments for his sake.
That's a big one.
All men are children of one Father. All men are the children of one Father, who is the Creator. And whoever chooses him and keeps his commandments is his chosen. There it is right there, brothers.
That's the Jesus way.
Right there. That's the Jesus way right there. You feel me?
It.
So yeah, man, I want to share that with your audience and with you brothers, man. Oahspe is a very, very powerful spiritual book, and it's testified to even through the Law of One. It's a channel text, but all spiritual books are channeled.
Yep.
When you get down to it, they're all channeled.
Yeah.
They're all brought from the spirit world into the physical world through a medium.
Yeah.
Through a medium. All of them. You know, so.
Yeah. Divine truth does not originate in a human's mind. We're getting it from the divine realm. So yeah, all true spiritual texts are channeled in that regard. And man, we've just had a blast, Malachi, chatting with you and dropping in on some of these topics. We'd love to have you back in the future once we're a little more read up on Oahspe and do a deeper dive into some of the other. There's so many amazing parts of the Oahspe we could do an episode about with you. So that could be fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's do it, brothers. Like, just let me know. Both of you have my number. Let's tap in. Let's make it happen, bro. Look, it'd be an honor to come on and share more of this light with those who are willing to hear, bro. It's like pulling teeth with a lot of my Israelite brothers, bro. It's like pulling teeth, man. I don't want to hear it. Okay,
I know
whatever.
the struggle, man.
When I run into brothers, so when I run into brothers and sisters, that's like, hey, man, hey, read some of that, man. That makes sense. That's resonating with us. Hey, man, I love to do it. Love to do it.
So is your YouTube channel the best place for people to find you and reach out to you? Can you plug all your stuff for our audience?
Yeah. So my YouTube channel is Honor and Humility STL on YouTube. Honor and Humility STL.
Nice.
And then I'm on Instagram and Facebook as well. So on Instagram, Malaki, MALAKI _ Maccabee, MACABEE. And on Facebook, it's spelled the same way without the underscore. MALAKI Maccabee, MACABEE. And that's how you get in touch with me. Honor Humility STL at gmail.com. That's the email. It's the same as the channel on YouTube. And then, my name on Instagram and Facebook. Reach out to me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to share this light with brothers and sisters that's looking for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, likewise, brother. We'll put all your links to your channels down below. And again, man, just thank you for coming on today. It's been a huge blessing chatting with you, and we look forward to more co-creations in the future, man.
Hey, man, let's do it. May the Almighty continue to bless you, brothers, and guide you in all wisdom, truth, and even boldness, man. One thing I always tell the minister of wellness, hey, look, light doesn't run from darkness. It's the other way around.
That's right.
So, hey, we have every reason to be emboldened in this hour to spread this light and drop light bombs about the Creator, the Almighty. And it's not a message of hate. It's not a message of warfare. It's not a message of bloodshed, domination, slavery, everything that makes you narcissistic and all that. You got to let that go before you come over this way. You got to let that go.
Come on, man.
You can't even come around us with any type of racial bigotry or sexism or any of that. We don't deal with any of that over this way. You know, we are all sons and daughters of the Almighty Creator. And if you choose the Creator, look, I'm your brother. You feel me? If somebody got a problem with you, they got a problem with me. That's how it works. You know, so it's all good, my brothers. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
That's a perfect ending note, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again, Malachi, for joining us today. And thank you, James, as always, for joining us.
Great to be here.
And thank you all for tuning in to this episode of the Jesus Way podcast. Hope you were blessed and inspired by it as we were to get out there into your world and live the Jesus way. Not just talk about it, not just read about it, but live it by loving God with all your heart and loving your neighbor as yourself. And we'll see you back here for the next episode of the Jesus Way podcast. Peace and love, y'all.
And with perfect timing.
What if you were born on a plane?
And with perfect timing, right? We have none other than my brother, the Megaton Light Bomb himself in the house, man. We gonna go ahead, let him set up, get it. Oh, he dropped off. He dropped off. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna go ahead, rock another joint real quick. And we'll be right back.
Between a god, goddess, and a lord.
In Jehovah's great creation, every soul has a place in the unfolding harmony of light. But what is the true difference between a god, a goddess, and a lord in the spiritual hierarchy revealed in oahspe? A god or goddess in oahspe is a high-ranking soul appointed by jehovih to oversee an entire division of the atmosphere in heavens or parts of the earth during a Danha cycle. They govern vast spiritual dominions, lead resurrection efforts, educate billions of souls, and establish divine order and peace. Their office is both sacred and temporary, and they are held accountable to the light. A lord, while also a being of great advancement, serves a more localized role. Lords are appointed beneath the god or goddess to oversee specific divisions, such as a continent, a nation, or certain tribes of people. Lords guide, teach, and uplift within a more focused region of earth and its corresponding spiritual plane. They often work directly with mortals and Essyans, and they are deeply connected to humanity's cultural and spiritual development. Gods and goddesses hold greater responsibility and govern larger spheres. Lords serve under their direction, fulfilling important missions within smaller fields. But both are equal in devotion, both are sacred in service, and both rise through light, love, and surrender to Jehovah's will. In oahspe's heavenly order, the question is not who is higher, but who serves more fully in the light. A lord may one day become a god may return again as a lord. All rise and descend through cycles, each fulfilling their sacred part in the celestial symphony of Jehovah's will.
My brother. Malachi Maccabee. Please approach the stage, sir.
Man, hey, Cosmo Cal, what's the deal? Hold on, let me leave the background I got going on. Cosmo Cal, the cloud kicker, my big brother, man. What's going on?
What's going on, my guy? Hey, man, I just wanted to say, man, this was actually dope. You dig what I'm talking about? First of all, it was a good build. It was refreshing to even talk to people who were or had a spiritual rate high enough to actually look outside of the box.
Yeah.
I'm talking about they understand there's a box.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? The fact that they were able to just be open to different views. Come to find out, they're hitting on everything you've been saying for years. And oahspe been hitting on the Nazarene text, the homilies, and every other text. Because a lot of people, and explain this when you go in real quick too, bro.
Okay, go ahead, talk to me.
Don't understand.
I guess Cal, I gotta tell you something, man. I gotta tell you something, bro. And look, I'm gonna tell everybody right now. Subscribe to Cosmon Cal TV. Subscribe to Selah Shalom TV. Subscribe to my brother Daryl Cosmon and every platform he got going on out here. Listen to me, bro. Hey, Cal, you remember we used to be like, hey, man, hey, look, we light years ahead of what's going on.
Yeah.
Bro, that's literal. That's
Yeah.
literal, Cal. Bro, listen, man. And that's, I'm not saying, I wouldn't switch the narrative of what we going through, what the credit got us going through, for nothing, bro. For the world, because we none of us planned this. I didn't plan to meet a Cosmon Cal.
Yeah. I didn't know none of y'all exist.
The first time me and Cal crossed paths, that nigga fired shots at me. He fired shots at me like, nigga, look, I'm God tripping. What's up? I'm like, hey, look. I'm playing in a certain way because I'm talking to Selah at the time too. So I'm playing in a certain way because I'm like, I'm trying to make it myself seem neutral. Wow, we trying to line these debates up, Kyle. But Kyle like, hey, look, fuck all that shit. Nigga, I'm tripping. What's up? And I'm like, hold on. Hey, bro, I love you, bro, on some real stuff, man, because, hey, man, a lot of stuff that you get pushback for, like Cosmon Cal gets pushback on everything. Everything that comes off my brother's mouth, somebody will twist their lips and say something crazy about, bro. And it'd be like, I don't know how y'all not hearing what he's saying, right? So shout out to my brother, man, because, man, look, bro. Look, this brother bringing out the Law 1 back when I opened up oahspe and started studying oahspe in 2021.
Right.
Cal already, nigga, he already in this deal, right?
Yeah, go check out the videos, y'all. Law 1 is like top 20.
Cosmon Cal and the Law 1. What I'm saying is my bruh been spitting that. You know what I mean? So he'll go live and bring up some things that you ain't never heard before. You've never heard it. You know what I mean? So when I got over there with the Jesus Way podcast, I was like, whoa, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm bringing certain things out. They say, Malachi, you put oahspe on our radar.
Ahead of them, bro.
You put oahspe on our radar, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, one of them got and yeah, but look, shout out to Aaron, because Aaron do got an online reputation. I had to look him up. I said, okay. He do got a big reputation of battling Christian apologetics and all that, you know what I mean? And I'm like, but look, when it comes to the creator gang, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, man. These brothers, Cosmon Cal, Selah Shalom, Daryl Cosmon, you know what I mean? Myself as the younger brother, through all that, Bronze Yogi, Dreadful Cosmon, Prince Cosmon, all the sisters, Looking Ass, Keela, all the mothers, Ima Huba, Mahalia, and everybody else, Yahweh and them, all brothers and them, everybody in between, bro. Look, we been on that info. We've been on the info so much that everybody in our, if you want to call it circle community, think we crazy. Go ahead, Cal. Talk to me, brother.
Just signing the name of the whole vibe. You think what I'm talking about?
That's right.
That's right. Creator. You dig what I'm talking about? That's how you sign it. And funny, it's the same thing that they do that Catholics and Christians do. Same thing. I was signing the Creator's name. It's the same thing that the Christians do when they.
Exactly. It's the same system in order. It's the same system in order, bro.
Then
you know what I mean?
South to north forever. You dig what I'm talking about? It's the same
So
thing.
it go from east to west, south to north.
Forever.
All right. So what you do, Cal? You put a circle around it after that, or what?
Nope. Circle first.
Circle first.
Representing all.
Okay, and then
right, like the
okay. And when you get back up north, what you do?
What? This is right here. This is the circle. First thing is east, west. South to north.
North, south, north. So east, west,
south, north. It just like the toroid moves, the energy moves on the planet the same way. The greatest force we have actuates on the planet east and west at our equator. That's why it's the warmest.
Cosmogony. Yeah, cosmogony prophecy talk about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The lesser form, the lesser of the form. Notice this is the same shape of the earth, right? The lesser force, right? The centrifugal moves from south to north and is magnetic. The one that's moving east to west is electric.
Okay, electric, east to west.
And it's the dominant.
Magnetic, south to north.
And it's the dominant moving force. Right? While the lesser centrifugal force is at the center, moving toroidally south to north. The proof of that is that the energy dumps south to north is that we have the aurora borealis.
The
ground
northern lights
gives off the energy. And to prove that is true north stays still while magnetic north moves. Because the energy is free. Right? Until you harnessed it, magnetism is free.
Okay. Right.
Until you harness it, electricity is free. It's just potential. Right? It has the potential to do everything. This is why the vortex is as a mechanism for creation. I don't think it can be beat. I've been trying to think of what other, you know what I mean? Oh, my brother didn't dropped off. What other thing do we have that is as logical? Right? I'm talking about from spinning galaxies down. Oh, here you go. From spinning galaxies to the semen entering into the egg. It doesn't swim like a fish like they thought for hundreds of years. It's not side to side. It corkscrews and spirals and literally drills into the egg.
Facts.
So from the galaxy on the macro to a seed on the micro. Not only does the toroidal force spin the zygote and make it curl, the DNA strands and building blocks of the physical body spiral as it's shaping. So much so that the life cord or umbilical cord of the child itself spirals.
It does.
Right down to your own fingertips. Look at them. Everyone
look at them fingerprints.
A unique vortexian spiraling pattern that nobody else in the world or ever will Huh? You are the only
Come on, bro.
Proving that. You dig what I'm talking about? If you are a person, you must come from a all person. If you have a personage, there must be an all personage.
Hey, Cal, let's pull that Safa, man.
Huh?
Let's pull that Safa, bro. Let's pull that Safa, the Golden Dawn. Let's pull that, man. Hey, look.
Book of Safa, the book of the tongue. Hold on. He met the Shiva. Imhak. Do we want to go to Imhak or Haidang? Let me see. Golden Chamber. Yeah, hold on. I think, bro, thing keep kicking him out. 1 second. Yeah. I think your thing keep kicking you out, bro.
I don't know what's going on, y'all. You know how that shit go, man.
Yeah.
But look, bro, in that Safa, you know the degree of the Golden Dawn in oahspe, bro. Hey, man, that deal explain everything that need to be known. Yeah, that right there. Yeah. From verse, hey, Cal, from verse 1 on down. Come on, big bro. Look, I think you the one put me on this.
Yeah.
If I ain't mistaken.
Where it say where
we about to read right now. Yeah, right. But niggas, but Cal, start at verse 1 though.
Yeah, hold on. Here
See, you the one that put me on this. So this your fault. This your fault. Cosmon Cal is the one that put me on this.
Hold on, let me see
this is my brother's fault. Nigga. Yeah. Start at verse 1 and read on down to like verse 30 something, bro. You gonna see it.
It's a let me blow it up just a little bit more, y'all. This is Imhak, or darkness, or the degree of the golden chamber.
You got to share it?
Yeah, can you see it?
I know, but click on the tab, Cal, because I don't see it. No. You got to share it. Or click on the tab or something.
Imhak. I think you might be behind me, Malachi. Tap your live.
Okay, hold on. Let me go out and come back in here. Okay. It say you in the show. Okay, I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a little
I got
delay.
it, bro. Okay, now I see it.
All right. This is Imhak.
Now watch this. Now watch this, brothers and sisters. This right here is serious. This right here is serious.
This is Imhak, the degree of the golden chamber. This then is the upper chamber of the panic age. The upper chamber. Right? Remember, they always talk about a golden era.
Yeah.
A time where things happen where they're no longer remembered. The upper, you got to understand when the panic age is. The panic age, in a sense, the first 9,000 years, or the first 3 arc cycles of the time of creation, or from man, when the time of the ions or upright thinking man was created on the planet, or what they would call modern man.
Upright man. Not primitive man, but upright.
Right. thinking, with the ability to remember and spiritual acumen. Right? All men weren't like that. But notice what it says. It says this is the upper chamber of the panic age. Right? So that would mean the first 3,000 years of the 9. Right? So this is the first 3,000 years after man, exactly like me and you. Which carbon dating goes back to 330,000, or even haplogroups like Raymond Moses, which go back to 700,000. Oahspe can explain that also. See, even the 300,000, 30,000 year date lines up exactly with the cosmonic carbon dating, rational carbon dating theory, right? When you put the carbon dating up to the cosmonic rational carbon dating system, gives you 73,000 years. For that same 330.
We about 72,000 in though, ain't we?
Oh yeah, we over 72,000, 177 years. We 177 years past halfway.
Past halfway, which is 72,000. 72,000 times 2 is 144,000, and we've all heard that number before.
As a matter of fact, yep.
Yeah, but it's the inhabitable age of man on this planet.
Correct. It's not people. Right?
Exactly.
144,000 is not people. They are years that man inhabits the planet. Right? So now we know exactly where we at. 73,000 years ago. Right? This is the upper chamber of the panic age and the golden chamber of the second branch. Talking about Chinese, talking about China. The gods and saviors of this day, today, 2026, the four heads of the beast, or the religious gods called Allah, Christ, Buddha, and Brahma, right? They stand within the chamber. Just as the idolaters. This is now, I want y'all to understand this is a ceremony also, right? This is being acted out, but it's the representation of the act that encodes the knowledge. The gods and saviors of this day, the four religious heads, right, stand within the chamber, just as the idolaters of the ancient days had other gods and saviors who in those days stood in the chamber. So could the chambers, or are the chambers, or shouldn't they be seen as times? Huh? What if those chambers, right, are arc cycles? Just like we see them come in the arc cycles, shouldn't they go in the arc cycles? What are they called? What are those times called? Huh? How would you represent that objectively? This is why the representation in a service like standard, right? Because it's to remember a thing that the four gods of today, right, just like the ancient gods and saviors, are all being stood in the chambers with the idolaters, right, of the ancient days and they gods. So this is the place where the four false gods get judged, just like the ancient saviors and gods. right? 73,000 years ago. This is the spiritual understanding. South, if a man does evil, now I want you to think, right? When these words have spiritual overtones. So when you say south, it could mean south, like you're traveling south, but it can mean south as in moving towards away from the middle. It could also mean as in decrepance to moral aptitude, right? To go south, right? It's going south. You know what I mean? It could be towards darkness. It could, there are more than just the, how do I say, there's more than just the objective definition when applying spirituality to objectivity, right? Because sometimes they may be the name or the title may be describing what a thing does, not what it is. You see what I'm saying? So when we hear these words, try to get a spiritual understanding of the word that you're hearing, and that words are just images, right, of knowledge and that you're trying to display in symbol, right? Same thing is what the expression of corporality is, which is known as spirit. Let's get to this real quick. My brother keep dropping on, right? If a man does evil, it takes root in him and will be entailed on his spirit even into the next world. But if a man practices righteousness, it will take root. It will also take root, and his spirit will become like a star of glory in heaven. If a man courts evil companions in this world, so if I want to hang out with a Tsar Nicholas or a Putin or a Xi Jinping or a Trump, a warlord, right? If a man courts evil company in this world, guess what? He shall find them also in the spirit world. Ain't that fair? You was trying to, I understand you was trying to get away from it, but you kept doing it. You think just because you died, you don't have retribution? You don't have to make that thing right? There ain't no balance? You think that just because you got a little bit of freedom, right? Or what you believe is freedom, that now responsibility stops? Right? The times of the Creator are not beholden by any man's death. Whether you clean it up in this life or clean it up in the next, you gonna clean it up. You must. If you didn't, there wouldn't be no reciprocality throughout the universe. There wouldn't be no balance. There wouldn't be no, right? And whether you balancing it out immediately or you balance it out in the long term is all up to you. It's nobody's fault but yours, right? Because remember, you chose to kill them people. You chose to do evil. You chose to raggedy row, right? Nobody made you do it. You chose it. So if a man courts evil companions in this world, he shall find them in the spirit world. Ain't that fair? But if he constantly seeks the Creator and to do his will, he shall find happiness both here and in the hereafter. To benefit. If a man ministers to others, so will he be ministered to by the angels of heaven. Ain't that fair? My brother asked the other night, what are the angels doing? They're ministering, to the people who ministers to others. Shout out to Brother Nathan. Shout out to the Creator Gang. Shout out for everybody out there who are doing the best that they can, or to the highest light of their ability, right? Who trying to live up to the highest ideal of themselves. Salute to y'all. Understand you will find happiness in this world and in the hereafter. That don't mean that stuff won't happen, right? But if you constantly seek the Creator and to do good, right? Remember, the thing is to love your brother and do some good work for somebody else. That's the whole thing, bro. You'll find happiness in this world and the hereafter. It's its own benefit. What people don't know is not only will it help you physically, but it helps you spiritually. It's how you get strong, helping somebody else. It's the opposite of physicality. If you help yourself, you get strong, right? In the physical world. But in the spiritual world, it's just the opposite. If you help somebody else, that's how you get strong. If a man ministers to others, so will he be ministered to by the angels of heaven. So if they busy ministering to the people who minister, right? And you want to know what the angels really doing, go minister to somebody. Go help them. In real time, not praise and prayer and all that. No. Go help them with your hands to the best of your will and ability. That is the way of the Creator. And that's how you know what the high-raised angels are doing. They're dealing with high-raised men. If a man ministers to others, so will he be ministered to by the angels of heaven. And minister don't mean talk. To minister is a deed. It's to help somebody back on the path. So if you minister to someone, the high-raised angels will minister to you. You keeping them on the path, so they keep you on the path. But whoever would grow in all gifts, let him labor to become one with the Father. And the Father will grow in him forever. I bring man naked into the world, says the Creator. But I provide others for him in his infancy, so that he may be fed and clothed. But when he is strong and wise, I command him to provide for himself, so that he may be an honor and glory in my handiwork, or in the corporeal world, or what can be seen. Let no man shirk from the trials I put upon him, for in doing so, trying to duck from being 100, being a degenerate, trying to run from your responsibilities. Guess what that does? That robs Your own soul. You just stuck yourself up. Huh? You literally just robbed yourself. Let no man shirk from the trials, from the things that happen in this life.
That's right.
That I put upon him. For in doing so, if you try to run from the responsibility of the things that you are doing, first of all, you ain't real. Some of you knuckers ain't real.
Straight up.
Huh?
Oh, on the Chronic 2. Bitch niggas.
Hey.
I know Chihuahuas is more rah-rah. I have to laugh, Cal. They probably take bubble baths. You don't want no trouble with the aftermath staff. Trust me. Cosmon Cal, Sila Shalom plus me. Dog, you was a buster slash hussy. Soft as a hush puppy. Must we break you down to estrogen most hated specimens of bitch nigga? Ooh, y'all look that up. That's that chronic. That's that chronic when they got out of death row, or they had another thing going with death row. You know what I mean? The Chronic 2.0. It's a song called "Bitch Niggas." Man, that shit go hard, bro. I can't front.
Yeah, that's that Chronic 2000.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, that Chronic 2000. Dre and them. That joint hard.
Dog, you was a buster slash hussy, soft as a hush puppy. Ooh.
hey, Mally, but look what it's saying, bro.
Okay, come on, let's talk.
It's saying, oahspe right here is saying, let no man shirk from the trials I put upon him, for in doing so he robs his own soul. So what it's saying is, bro, trying to not be 100, trying to not be real, trying to shirk the responsibilities of reality and the things that go on in the real world, you are virtually robbing yourself.
You putting yourself at a handicap.
Because you are losing experience.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Huh?
Man, look, you supposed to look. Cal, look, you know this, right? You supposed to face life head up, bro.
That's right.
There's no ducking life, tiptoeing, Gregory Hines and tap dancing. No. Whatever it is you dealing with in life, you gotta face that head up.
And you gotta catch that fade every day,
y'all.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Why not? Why not, bro? That's all I want to say.
No, you right on point. You dig what I'm talking about? But I wanted y'all to see that. You dig what I'm saying? It's not only other outside entities, right? Or some god or some spooky demon in hell somewhere that can hurt or harm you spiritually. For the most part, it is you who robs you of knowledge through experience, because you're trying to shirk or trying to duck the responsibility of the choices that you have already made. So we can't always just sit here honestly and just sit here and blame, oh, the God did this or not. You had a lot to do with that. Now we got to still give them a little grace, because we understand now, like Pac said, we was given this world. We ain't make it. Watch this. The go wide and initiates now march 3 times around the tablet, repeating. Remember, this is a ritual. Repeating the philosophy and the examination that arise out of the degree of dawn and the light of high noon, which is high down. When they have arrived at the west, the Washtuga, the Washutaga, excuse me, the Washutaga sounds the gong and they halt there. And the West says, right, let me go, right? So now they moving in this temple around the false gods. Remember what we doing. We judging them by world views through ourselves, by our actions and deeds. This is what the whole ceremony is about, to never forget the dark side. Remember, this is called imhak, or darkness, but this is the lesson of how to bring the light out of the darkness, how to always be aware of it. This is why it's called the Golden Dawn. The Gowai and initiates, right? The leader guy and the initiates, right, who are taking this ritual, now march 3 times around the tablet, repeating the philosophy, right? And the examination that arise out of the degree of dawn. So there, it's a test. Also, you got to know. And the light of high noon. So when they have arrived at the west, the Washutaga sounds the gong and they halt there. And the west says, right? Hold on. So now we know the west ain't just west on the map. It could be the Western world. It could be the Western point of view. It could be the end of power, since we understand the greatest power moves east to west on this planet. Just like the sun follows the sun. Which means our planet is moving what? West to east. Come on, y'all. It's balance out here. The go wide, right? When they have who comes here, right? A faith is in the creator. They ask him, right? And virtually the Washutaga, which sounds a lot like Washuta, right? Mind you, this is in America. And this word, Washutaka, is Algonquin. All right, anyways, we ain't going to go there today. But the Washutaga, remember, from the West, right, is also the W, also means wise man. So you got the Washutaga, or the wise man, talking to the initiate. So when you see W, this is your wise man. This is I, your initiate, right? They're having a dialogue, right? That is in a ritual. But this is how, for thousands of years, science, technology, history, culture was passed down through ritual. You had to learn a thing, you had to do a thing, right? And it was taught man to man, face to face, ear to ear, hand to hand. Right? But the basis is always the same. Watch this. Who comes here? Right? The wise man asks, who comes here? The initiate answers, a faithist in the creator. A faithist is a realist, an objective spiritualist, right?
Look, me and you.
Mm-hmm. Us.
Creator game.
You.
The faith is the cosmon. The Essene faith is the cosmon.
The Nazarene.
Whatever the Nazarenes, the Essene, that's all us.
Yep. Because they would have been following this practice, not praising a God, a Lord, or a Savior. Huh? They would have already understood Jesus would have just been their descendant, not to be praised. You don't think it was people as holy as Jeebus? Huh? There's been other prophets.
Exactly. Hey, look, other prophets from other nations, but of the same line, though.
All of them.
Same line, but they from different nations, bro. That lets you know right there, Cal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hold on. That make me think about JBN a little different.
Okay, now. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk.
So if we know
nigga, when I'm on, I'm like, shit. If we saying that, you know what I mean, they all of the same line, talking about the prophets, those got suies, those who can hear, right? Those who got a battery in their back from creative, we saying that, right? Then we got to go ahead and scrutinize every message that then came through, including JBN. So when we scrutinize JBN and we read his testimony, bruh, listen to me, as your brother, people is over there like, wow.
Yeah.
You feel me? Because one thing JBN said in that Banner and Light newsletter, guess what did he say was the highest damage to one's mediumship?
To speak about yourself.
To speak about your motherfucking self, nigga. I say, man, this nigga went out, nigga, hard.
JBN,
what a nigga talking about, bro.
He
ain't take credit for it in the beginning. He ain't take credit for it in the beginning nor the end of it. He said, look, let me go ahead and stop this because speaking of oneself is the highest form of damage to one's mediumship. Now I'm a clue right there. Fucking nigga talking about, Cal. The nigga kept it so solid across the board. I'm like, I can't even find nothing to hate him on. What are we talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking about? My thing is, the man told you this didn't come from me. And had you asked Malachi Maccabee, Daryl Cosmon, and Selah Shalom, did Cosmon Cal write oahspe, they would have giggled you out your shoes.
We'd have laughed your ass out your motherfucking boxer briefs, nigga. Your ass would be, nigga, your ass would have been
so hard on you.
Yeah.
No, nobody knew none of this.
Yeah, real spill, bro.
Let alone JBN, but then we gotta ask the question. All the prophets in oahspe is niggas. It don't matter if they Indians, don't matter if they Asians, don't matter if they Europeans, they all niggas.
And they all come from the same line. And they are eyeing, look, this is what I found fascinating.
Yeah.
And these niggas was in every nation. This is what I found fascinating, my nigga. All of them is an Ayin and an Ahu mix. Like, you know what I mean?
It's just which degree do you got?
Exactly. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, bro, everybody from Zarathustra on down.
Isn't it?
Look, when you read about the like how the light was coming to them niggas, it was like, oh yeah, he was the seventh generation. No, he was the fourth generation of those that were Suis that could hear the light. And wop, like damn.
And they'll run you back 1,000 years.
Yeah, nah, that shit hard, bro.
This guy he got it from here. And the dope part about oahspe is they'll walk you the literal line of light down. The people who had who could hear the voice in his line for 1,000 years before this person.
Yeah. In his section of the earth. In his section of the earth, nigga.
It was niggas that was already fake this, hearing that shit.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second, Cal.
Something going off. It got your mic going low. Bronze, yo, what's the word? Jelly pepper.
Peace to the guys in training.
Man, you already know, man.
Man, excellent dialogue tonight, man. A reinterpretation or a re-perspective of the show the other day, man. It's even better watching it the second time. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because you get to catch them little things that you kind of missed, you know what I mean, the first time.
Yeah, because I was at work. I was glued in. You know what I'm saying? But I was at work, so I'm multitasking.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Got an opportunity to sit down tonight and rewatch it, man. Great stuff, man. Great stuff, man. Chop session, man, all the way.
Yeah, man, it was dope. It was dope. And I just like, the style that Mally came with on this one. You dig what I'm talking about? To a different, set of people who are still looking for this light.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He didn't try to overbear him with oahspe. He didn't even bring it up till they brought it up.
Right. Didn't go too deep. He would just stay right there.
Stay. Cause listen, if I can keep you in the clouds, you dig what I'm talking about? Why take you up from the earth? Mm-hmm. If you already ready fit for the clouds, why not leave from there? Leave from there. You dig what I'm talking about? So it's okay. You dig what I'm talking about? To meet people where they at. It just so happens oahspe is the highest light out right now. So when any truth that anyone comes with you that's from a lesser light, with intelligence, you can meet them where they at and make them even see a grander plan.
Absolutely.
You dig what I'm talking about? I think this is why oahspe is dope, because it's all comprehensive. If we wanted to get into the Mahabharata, we ain't got to go far.
That's the thing about oahspe. It actually, if you're gonna be serious about the spiritual walk, if you have oahspe, it forces you to go study other texts to come right back. Oh, this is what this was talking about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And you know what, Bronze? It does it every time. It never fails. I've never not picked up oahspe and not noticed something. You dig what I'm talking about? Bro, I done read the book 6-7 times. Virtually every 2 years, I didn't reread it. You dig what I'm talking about? Virtually. So 6-7 times easy.
And every time you read it,
every time it's like it's brand new.
There's a nugget in there somewhere.
Look, and then that mug hits you right in your head. It's like I was sitting here the whole time, knock you over the head like, oh, that's what you was talking about. I didn't even see that. I done read this 37 times.
Not 50-11, but 37-11.
37-11. You dig what I'm talking about? And dude, it never ceases to amaze. Never. You dig what I'm talking about? And Bronze will tell you the truth. We done all came a long way.
Came a long way, bro.
We done came a long way, man.
Lord knows, boy, we done came a long way.
Man.
And we ain't at the hilltop like that, but we still done made it a long way.
Yeah, we moving. We still moving.
You know what I'm saying?
You dig what I'm talking about? It's things. You dig what I'm talking about? Always in the frequency and that the movement may be a little slow or what it seems slow to us, but it's always steady, right?
Yeah.
And it's always towards the light. It's always with the focus of the creator. It's without hate. It's without bias. It's without racism or war, you know?
Yes, sir.
Salute my sister JBC in the house.
And even though, like you said, man, even though you might hit some little hills and bumps, but there's always something that comes up that get it right back on track.
Right.
You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Let's check this out real quick, Bronze.
What's up,
It
man?
say this is the book of Safar, right? We got the wise man talking to the initiate, right?
Yep.
Wise man asks, who comes here? The initiate answers, a faith that's in the creator. Wise man asks, who is the creator? Who is this Jehovah? Huh? Remember, the wise man is asking the initiate in a ritual, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's giving you the basis and understanding of the universe, which we call Jehovah in English today. Once you start understanding that it's system and order in it all, what they like to call the law of one, you start to understand that you're unraveling a thing that is living. It's alive, it's thinking, it's conscious, it's aware. It does things only when the proper conditions call it to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Which means there's a mind behind it. Huh? Listen, y'all. Who is that? That is the great spirit. He who is over all and within all. Huh? Who is this Jehovah? Who is this Yahweh? Huh? Who is this Gichi? Huh? Who is the great Ormaz? The great Egoquim? Hotien? Huh? Or the great Mazda? Who is this Jehovah? He is the great spirit, Gichi, who is over all and within all. Is there anything in reality that's like this? They call it ether, or what's misunderstood as dark matter, space. Huh? Jehovah is Gichi, the great spirit, the potent and unseen. So the creator is potent, meaning powerful, and unseen at the same time. So if anybody seen a God before, it's false. If your God ate a steak sandwich, it's false. If you talk to a man face to face, it's false. If it got seen with a train in the temple, it's false. If it sits on a throne, it's false. If it can be imagined, it's false. Because the real great spirit is he who is over all, is power, potent. Right? Power is just a result of the conscious universe. The potent, but unseen. It is he. Why do they call it he? Because of the energetic movement being positive, hence he and him. But there is also, must be, since you the creator and you created all, you got to be the all her too if you are the all he. You got to be the negative and the positive. You got to be male and female. You got to be up and down, left and right, zig and zag.
Man, and just think about that. At least try to grasp that for a June 19th, 2026 second in the corporate. You know what I'm saying? It's
That's
like,
why I tell them. This is why I
yo.
tell them, yo. This is why I tell them, let that sink in a minute. Let that sink in.
That's a lot.
That's crazy. Just to comprehend it. And I want y'all to understand that even the greatest of the greatest spiritualists, the Creator astounds them. What oahspe reveals that Creator astounds gods. It's saying there, I trim them up. I shape them up in my way. I shape God up how I want to. Woo. Why? Because he is power. He the cause of power. Potent and unseen. Ain't all power unseen? You ain't never seen a lick of electricity. You can't hold a drop of magnetism in your pocket. Huh? Those are the things that are potent and yet unseen. It's power. So wouldn't the things, right, that are unseen in reality also be the powerful things? Makes sense. To me, anyway.
Nah, it makes sense, bro. It makes sense.
It is he whose ever presence quickens into life all that live. It's because it's there. Anything happens. Remember, if the Creator is the Creator and everything is within him, right? That means even where there are places where we think there ain't nothing, there's the potential to do something. That's even called potential energy. And that's proven by the fact that there is no perfect vacuums. Even in the perfect vacuums, there's photons, potential energy, potential light, yet unseen. That's why it's dark. Huh? He is the potentiality that quickens into life all that live. He is the forethought, the creator, the mover. Ooh. He take things that man can't do this, y'all. Think about this. He takes things that are dead, like carbon, like hydrogen, like nitrogen, like phosphorus, the things that make up your physical body, and he makes them alive. How? Huh? And then the thing that run it, the power that run it, you can't see it. Just like the spirit in man. You can't see it. Its expression is the proof that it exists.
Mm-hmm. Just by you walking around. That's the evidence. That's the evidence right there. That you walking around and breathing. That's the evidence right there.
Consciousness.
Yep.
Alone is the realization that reality is real. Think about that though, y'all. He take the periodic table, things that are dead. Carbon is not alive. Phosphorus, not alive. Potassium, not alive. Oxygen, not alive. Huh? He takes the things that are unseen and yet potent, right? And puts them in things that are dead. And he animates them.
That's the
power.
That's the ultimate. That's the final boss of alchemy.
Listen, man can't do this, bro. Even in alchemy, we're taking things that already exist, right? And that live to try to make something like, let's say, a golem they're trying to make. They're taking parts of man that already are alive and trying to make something living. They take DNA strains out of living semen and, you know, alter it and put that back in the egg. You dig what I'm talking about? But they're using living matter, right, to produce another living entity. Creator do it out of things that's dead. Look at everything that your body is made of. None of it's living. In fact, not even the 2 parts of hydrogen that are attached to 1 part of oxygen, which we call H2O. It's not alive. But why many people think it is because water has a secret. It carries energy. And if you can spiral it and make it fall, guess what it'll do for you?
A lot of people call that energy memory.
Come on, Bronzo. Don't be you can't be making up. You did what I'm talking about, coming with this dope stuff. You did what I'm talking about. You can't just be coming with it like that, Bronzo. They gonna say you pseudo. So you gotta give it to them. You gotta give the babies. You can't even give babies fruit. You gotta give them the juice, right? But the greatest juice of all is the Great Spirit, because we all trying to understand Him. The Great Spirit is the universe. That's just the visible part. Remember, that's the part that ain't potent. The part that is potent, the part that is powerful, you can't see it. It is Jah, who's ever present, because He is omnipresent. I'm everywhere. I didn't have to go down to the mountain to see Moses. I would have already been there. I wouldn't have had to go down onto the Tower of Babel to see what was going on. I would have already been there. So if your creator is not omnipresent, omnipotent, all these are things you gotta start questioning. Well, why ain't it? Because you know in your mind the God that you praising is omnipotent. So He wouldn't kill a baby. So who is this guy telling me to kill babies? Because the guy that I know says thou shalt not kill. Well, who is the nigga saying kill babies? Railroad.
It's wild, man. It's wild.
Watch this, Bronze, yo. The Great Spirit, He who is over, who is just Jehovah. This is the Great Spirit, Yachi, who is over all and within all, the potent and unseen. It is he whose ever presence quickens into life all that live. The fact that there is no such thing is nothing, right? Jaja live in those places. Huh? The rest of it is what you can see. Remember, if you the creator, you gotta have the potentiality in you to create and do a thing anywhere at all times. And as a matter of fact, it's a prerequisite that you must already be doing it. You can't stop for a second, not a millisecond. You can't rest being the creator. Huh? Because guess what? Something else is being made. Oh. Where is this creator? Everywhere. Where is Jaja? Erwa. Nor is there a place without the creator. Ain't no place without Jaja. Because ain't no such thing as no thing. That means everything is something. What thing? The all. Ooh, you didn't already admit it. You didn't already admit it to a creator.
Narcissist.
Where you know it or not, you dig what I'm talking about? You didn't already admit it to a creator.
The all, bro. The all.
And then they already admit to it when they admit that there must be a precondition for something to happen. So if you think a Big Bang is what created it, okay, what created the preconditions? And then you still got to solve the unified field theory. What creates the initial motion? Because the things that explode would have already been by each other. Why didn't they explode? It's not pressure. It's not density. That's already going on. Things that would have taken, nothing to mix. There are substances water mixed with, and it lights on fire. Huh? It would have been nothing to me. Huh? Where is this creator? Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Nor is there a place without him. What is his form, Bronze, yo? That nigga look just like Cosmo. He just look like a No. No. Huh? If you really want to dumb it down on the macro, he looked like galaxies.
Nah, man, he looked like the brother with the red eyes and the skin of bronze.
Come on, man.
The cat from GMS.
Right? And then you would never see the creator. You would only just see the result of his great mechanism. And that result is, Bronze Yoke, movement. Huh? Movement. Can't get no power without movement. Ain't no electricity without movement. Ain't no magnetism without electricity. Ain't no electricity without magnetism. They the same force. Oahspe was been telling us that since 1882. Science still ain't caught all the way on. They trying to get in, But then that's gonna turn the card over. You dig what I'm saying? So, but they'll get farther faster if they just start from scratch. Right? With the understanding that all is one. Right? Crazy part is Faith has been telling them this since 1984. We wrote a whole book just for NASA, which went on to create Vortex Sciences and yeah, but I'll just leave it there. Created the Vortex Science. 1984, y'all. Look up Hugh Rose. What is his form, Bronze, yo? That nigga got on a pair of J's. He's 6'3". He got a tattoo on his. No. No man can attain to know his form. You can't see Creator Bronze, yo. Well, then who is the Negro?
He got a Gumby. He got a Gumby with red eyes.
Right. Well, it's sitting on the throne. Who is he then? Huh? If no man can attain to know his form, how do you know that this guy that I can attain, I can comprehend, who is sitting on a throne, how do I know he's the creator? When you're supposed to not be able to see it.
He got a 1992 S curl with green eyes.
Right, in a pair of Elysees with a MCM jacket on. He got a Dapper Dan coat on with some hammer pants. Right? No man can know his form. Even Jesus told you no man has ever seen the Creator. Huh? What is his extent? Because they always like to say, we're in this closed system. Right? We're in this closed system. Show me where the end of the universe is. And I could agree with your closed system. What if the universe is just the universe and you're just in certain pockets of it? How infinitesimal you then become. But see, this is the dope part about oahspe, because the more you learn how infinitesimal you are, the more you learn about the grander you become.
Yes.
Man, it's dope, dog. I don't know why they won't read it. Oh, I do know why. I can't say I don't know why. I do know why. Druge and drug. To be short, people and spirits who don't want any light. Warriors, killers, destroyers.
It's like it's a programming. It's a societal programming that a lot of us have, man, and we just gotta break up out of that, man. We are greater than what we have been, but it shouldn't come along with the ego either. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Once we realize, yeah, I am this, and there ain't no strings attached. I'm supposed to be living this kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Doing this, that, and the other. You know, and don't use that as like I'm better than you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the sweet spot.
And then with that, well, I agree, because with that understanding and that freedom,
and right? It ain't always easy though.
No. We're not even going to even act like we ain't even gonna fake and act like this is easy, y'all. We ain't even listen. We not even gonna even play with y'all, right?
No, sir.
But what we got to know is to, first of all, not put our own creator in a box, but also let nothing, no one, men, nor angels, nor gods, put your highest ideal in a box and tell you you must look at it from this way. This is the only way. Huh? Shouldn't we pity that person? They don't know how man get knowledge, do it. Because he ain't he ain't got to get it from you. Right? He most likely didn't. Because all things come to man externally. Huh? No man, huh, can attain to know his form. What is his extent? No man can attain to know his extent. Ain't no mountain high enough.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
Come
Who
on,
sung
man.
that was what, Marvin Gaye and Tammy.
I think, yeah, that was Tammy Terrell in there.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Ain't no mountain high enough, man.
Man, ain't no extent, ain't no end to this. Because y'all got to get this, idea of a closed system out of your mind. Ain't no end to everything. Guess what's behind everything? Everything else. Come on, man. No. This is why he's seen as the personification of infinity of all. That's why the circle, right, is one of his very first representations of the creator. Right? Spiraling circle, circles cut in four. You dig what I'm talking about? Circle with the cross in the middle. You dig what I'm saying? Giving that understanding of all. Right?
That's dope in itself. Like, when you sit back, you think about that. Even amongst certain esoteric circles, they just be rocking with the circle.
Mm-hmm.
So when you cut that circle in 4 squares, that's even heavier, man.
Yeah.
That's heavy.
Because then it turns, because that knowledge is so old, right? It is applied to virtually every single natural science we know today. The 4-part breakdown. Right? We can even go to the seasons of the year, to the seasons in man's life. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's this rhythm, a pattern. You dig what I'm saying? And the more we're able to read the pattern, the more we're able to unveil reality, the more you are understanding your creator. No man, Bronze Yo, can attain to know his extent. Because soon as you think you got there, it's some more behind it.
More.
Ain't no end to this. All has always been. What? What are you saying, Cosmo? I don't know sometimes. This stuff is heavy.
I done pulled down a couple veils, but I don't know what's beyond this one.
Listen, It's something you won't know till later. It's something you can't know in this lifetime. You can't. You could try to perceive it, even if you could use it, you wouldn't understand it. Like make it happen. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Is the creator a person, Brian Yo? It's the wise man talking to Brian Yo, right? Brian Yo, the initiate. Cosmon gonna play the wise man on the. Brian Yo can be the wise man. Cosmon will play the initiate. Yo say, is the creator a real nigga? is he a person? The answer is, the initiate answers, in as much as all the living are persons, so is he the all person of all things. In as much as his ever presence, quicken into life all that live, so is his ever presence with the living. Seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and act of all men. This is something no physical body could do. Huh? This is what they like to call supernatural. No.
Hey, Kizzy, that's heavy. I was
Mhm.
looking at Sister Kizzy, man. Man, that's heavy, ain't it? That's, man, look.
Seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and act of all men, women, and children on earth and in heaven.
That's just 3 categories right there.
Everybody, you already know what they seeing, they hearing, and they feeling. Every word and every act of all men. That should be easy if you everywhere, right? That should be an easy thing to do for a creator if you got to be everywhere. Because the potential for anything to happen with these conditions already, you got to be there to create it.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember, the Jaja is the soul of everything. So he not looking from outside you. He's seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and action that you go through every day. Don't matter if it's you, your woman, your children, your ancient ancestors, 1,000 ancestors ago. This is why he gives you freedom so you can choose. But this is why he had to create everything, so all you got to do is choose. Now man interferes with man. We got bills and all this stuff for things that are free, like water. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey. Hold on. Hush. Hold on. 1 second.
Yeah, some things that definitely have you thinking on a day-to-day basis. Every day. Man. Especially these days. Just in that one paragraph alone.
My bad. My dog was going crazy seeing some cats. Now, this is dope right here. Because I never thought about it like this.
Hey, bro, just in that paragraph right there, man. That's about 10 headbusters just in that one, just by itself.
Is the creator a person? In as much as all the living are persons. And for those who get stuck on he, she, so it. So is it the all person of all things, in as much as his ever presence quickened into life all that lives, so is his ever presence. The potentiality of things. Remember, that's energetic also, even though it's not doing nothing yet. It's still there. So is his ever presence with the living. Oh, so is his ever presence with the living, seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and all acts of men, women, children on the earth and in the heavens. What interest do you have in this creator? What interest do you got in? Look what he say. Look what the initiates say. He is my father. He is within my soul. I am within him. And a very member of his person. Remember, they asked you, was he a person? Does he have a personage? Yes. In as so much as you have a person. Are you a person? Yes. That would be proof that there must be an all person. And if there is all person, that would mean every single person has to be an individual. Unlike any before him, unlike any after him. That's what we see in reality. Don't matter if you had 1,000 of your own kids. They ain't never you. You are an individual and you have your own personage. The creator is the all person and all individuality. They say he is the soul of all things. This is how a bird knows how to build its nest, and nobody tells it. It's already in it. You call it soul in man. It's the thing that feels, that learns. It's the thing that's potent in you, but unseen. Why you care about this, Jaja? Because he my father. He is within my soul. I am within him. And a very member of his person. Virtually an atom in the entire atomic structure of the nature, right? Or creation itself.
I think creator want us to know this kind of stuff too, man, because you know when you in religion, man, especially if you've been rocking with if you in the church, been rocking with this church for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, man, even maybe 50, or a mosque that you've been in for 30 years, or wherever you might be at in life, you know what I'm saying? You know how they always say, well, we can't know everything. Yeah, we might not get to know everything, but they'll show a lot more than what we know now. You know what I'm saying? You heard?
Man, you dig what I'm talking about? Light years of stuff we haven't even, you can't even fathom. You don't even know to ask these questions. And this is why I gotta agree with my brother Malachi. Again, oahspe is the most feared book in these spiritual, intellectual, conscious streets. Why? Because it don't care what you think. It's just gonna tell truth.
It just is what it is. It's bam. You know what I'm saying? Like
Every time. Bam, bam.
If you're gonna take hold, you're gonna grasp this opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? There's only so many times I'm gonna present this to you in your life.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Get it now, and then there's levels to that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, boy, when that eye come open, or that opportunity, that window come open,
yeah,
man, you better get on that train.
Man, you better.
You better get on that train, boy.
But just like JBN, man, that take preparatory work.
Yes, yes.
You know what I mean? Getting yourself in shape, getting your mind in shape, getting your body in shape, getting your spirit in shape. Are you even expressing right?
Yeah. Are you giving off those frequencies that even want to make somebody even talk to you out on the street to have a conversation about this kind of stuff? All that stuff play a part in it, man. Is your spiritual frequency smelling good?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a wild thing, man. Sometimes it be so basic, and we can miss it.
You be like, why didn't I see this?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And many times I see something in oahspe, right? And I'll be like, dog, I knew that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know how I knew that, but I knew that. I kind of knew that. I knew that already.
Or you be like, yeah, that's me. That's me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me see what this say.
But it don't be on that's me on some wild stuff like how we were prior. You know what I'm saying? Because as even as the Bible would say, the scales have fallen off. You know what I'm saying? In certain levels. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This level of that's me is different than that was me 3, 5, 16, whatever, how many years ago, as you've been climbed up the ladder. You know what I'm saying? Spiritually.
The new year is coming up. The new year actually is on the summer solstice. This is when the year switches over. A lot of people don't know that. They think it's the spring. It's actually summer. And it really don't make a lot of sense until you break it down into the moon cycle, into the 13-month moon cycle. Then you run from the summer equinox. You dig what I'm saying? So once you apply that 13-month moon calendar count to it, it really starts to make sense. Right? But it says, where did his name come from? Where did the creator's name come from? As the wind whispers, eh, in the leaves, and utters, oh, in the ocean surge, and in the thunder above, and eh, in the winter's shrill whistle. Now, I will be real with y'all. I have been in oahspe over a decade, And I had heard the sounds of the in the leaves and in the wind, and I heard the sounds of the rush of the oil in the ocean surf, but I never heard that shrill whistle sound that comes from winter blasting past. I'd never heard that to just about 3 years ago. Right? So even though I could wrap my mind around the wind making that sound, right? I had never actually heard it. So I was getting out the car one day. It was cold. And
especially up there, bro.
Man, it was so cold this day. And I was getting out at my partner crib, and he had he's staying in the apartments, right? And there's like a space in between the apartments with like a little tree. Well, it's not little, but it's like a tree, and it didn't have no whole bunch of leaves on it. I was getting out the car, and boy, the wind kicked up cold. And that thing said, I instantly, I had chills up my spine. I had chills up my spine because I never heard it, but I knew what it was.
Man, boy, since you just said that, man, you just gave me a revelation, boy.
Yeah, I had never heard it. I'm just being real.
That's some real talk right there, man.
Yeah, I understood the and the O.
Hey, they probably call it the same thing up there, but around here we call it that Hulk.
That Hulk.
That Hulk was talking,
Nick, that mug, listen, as soon as I got out the car, that mug got on the nigga head through the little cribs, you know, and it blew through the crib, and that wind kicked up, and it just said, I said, oh.
It do be making that sound. See, I'm telling you, bro, man, you gave me a revelation tonight, boy.
Man.
I never paid attention to that, and I hear that sound when that sound be hitting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, especially in the wintertime and when it get cold, or when that wind get to blowing real good. Man, don't be around something. Don't be around two buildings or something.
And you know, what especially since you said that now, and I think about it, like, you know, we in STL. You know what I'm saying? This is like tornado alley. So we get a lot of wind, bro. But that sound that you saying that you making, it be cold outside when they do that.
You can hear it.
You know what I'm saying?
You can hear that stuff before you even go outside. You can hear the wind blowing it.
Now that right there, that just make me want to go look up temperature in the oahspe. Like, the science of that make that sound.
And look, it says, so came the name Wah, right? With or you dig what I'm talking about? Which has become Jehovah, is Eloah, Elohim, and in the American Algonquin tongue, what do they call the creator? Winohim. Notice it's still the same vowel sounds. Now, notice, crazy part is, if you take the YHWH, right, of Yahweh, and you substitute in where the vowels are taken out of, you substitute in the it spells the name of the creator. So that would hint towards Hebrew was used as a language used to hide the truth of the creator, not reveal him. Huh? If you know, the initial name would have been the vowel sounds. Why then spell it in only consonants.
That puts me in remembrance of the scripture in the Bible when it talks about the spirit, and I'm paraphrasing. And what's that one scripture where it talks about the spirit? It can basically be around. Man, that might be in Luke, but I think it was talking about the Holy Ghost in that perspective. But yeah, that's something that's touching on that right there.
Yup, and look, these is names of the Creator all around the world. All valid. How are they using the same vowel sounds? These are all different languages. Even Eloah is Phoenician and not Elohim, which is Hebrew. Winohim is Algonquin. Jehovah is the modern English spelling. So we didn't say the same thing over different times, different areas, different men, and yet the Creator is still the same, irregardless of the different dialects used by men. How was the Creator discovered? The initiate answers: the angels of heaven taught man of him. Right? If he incomprehensible, well, then somebody had to teach the first one.
Oh, here we go. I found it. Matter of fact, it was in John.
Mm-hmm.
John 3:8. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but cannot tell where it cometh and whither it goeth. So is everyone that is born of the Spirit. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? Below this body suit lies the spirit. You know what I'm saying? In layman's terms. You know what I'm saying? Co-creators.
How was the Creator discovered? The angels of heaven taught man about the Creator. Well, who are the angels of heaven? People who once lived on earth or other corporeal worlds that died. You gotta die to be an angel. That spirit body, that's what it is. All right? That thing that they call the spirit body is actually the soul. It's shaped like the physical body.
Mm-hmm.
This is why angels always look like men or women. Because all angels are one-time living, breathing men who lived on earth or some other corporeal world where there are men. That's a whole nother box of, a whole nother conversation. But it also makes sense that if your Creator doesn't do a thing pigeonholed in a little place, and that he does the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over, the conditions that created the planet are probably in many places. Let's just say there's over 1 trillion galaxies, just galaxies, right? And only 1% of them carries life. Well, that's billions. You could say 1/10 of 1%. That'd be millions. Huh. Who are these angels of heaven? They are people who once lived on earth or other corporeal worlds. What is their form? What they look like? Just like you, even as mortals, but being perfect in their order. So the highest ideal of yourself, you will be in your soul body. right? So no, cuz ain't fat no more in the afterlife. Gonna be perfect in your order. But guess what? There's work towards that.
Everybody's slim and slim.
You are the highest ideal of yourself. But guess what? If you was a murderer on earth, if you was a baby rapist,
that's what you gonna be.
What do their form change into? Because this is what the people be seeing as demons. They talk about these dog-headed entities, different little orcs and nymphs, and could that be because that's how they acted in life? So, right, these ones aren't perfected in their order, or they are perfected in their order also. It's just negatively. Gotta be some up to this down. What they look like, yo. Just like you.
Mm-hmm.
Just like y'all sitting on the couch. Why? Because it's grandmama. Why? Because it's Uncle Jed and them.
Regular folk.
Regular folk. This your cousin them that passed away in that car accident. He an angel. That's what the spirit, quote unquote, spirit body is called. But men confuse spirit, the power, the expression, with the unseen yet tangible spirit body or soul body. Because it's still tangible.
And human nature, that's what we gravitate to while we living.
Mm-hmm.
If without the proper education.
Right. I mean, your physical body was created to learn physical things.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm? What they look like, just like regular people. Where is heaven? Huh? Another question. Oahspe is just coming with them fast. Huh? We learned about the Creator, learned about angels. Straight answers. No beat around the bush. No nothing. Where is heaven? Where is it? They are the worlds unseen by mortals. Huh? Worlds unseen by mortals. Feel the Etherean firmament above. Huh? These worlds are heaven. These are the spirit worlds. These are the Etherean worlds. These are the abodes of the spirits of the dead. How, right? Well, then how did the angels come from heaven down to the physical earth? Well, in the Dana, or the beginning of these times. Remember, don't the Bible talk about times and half times? Different jubilees.
Bro, just in verse 29, bro, what you just read, a lot of folk just shut it off mentally right there. Because they don't want it. You mean there's other worlds out there?
Well, they said they split the waters from the waters.
Mm-hmm.
What they don't understand is the firmament is the stuff outside the atmosphere. That's water too. That's a solution. This is how we know they ain't went into space either. Right?
Man.
Ain't no man went up there. Because you gonna have to get out of Earth's geocorona first to actually get to space. Right? And since we know it's like water, what does water do to bullets?
Slow them down.
Huh? throw them off course, slow them down,
Yeah,
right?
you ain't gonna hit the perfect target like that.
Right. So guess what? Until they learn that you can't just go out there, you're gonna smash into basically a sea of ether, dark material. And guess what? You can't see it. It's transparent. But because hydrogen is the most abundant element in the world, right? And it gives off a radiant color of blue, right? This is why the background behind space is dark. It's not even all black. Many dark shades of indigo and blue and purple. Just see through. You're seeing the thing behind it. Right? You don't see, you're seeing through it. Not that there's not material there.
Boy, you hitting deep right now, player.
Mm-hmm. And then guess what? It's some worlds over them. Because you got the atmosphere, you got the heavens that are attached to the earth in the atmosphere. Then you got ones outside of the atmosphere. Those are called ethereal. These are what they said right here. The ones that are outside the atmosphere. These are the Ethereal worlds. Yeah. The firmament above your head is the sky. Huh? Well, how did angels come down to earth? Come down from heaven to the corporeal earth in the Danai. Right? They come direct. At other times, they come through familiar spirits.
And you know another thing too, bro. Dealing with this, that's why, in my opinion, a lot of folks when we come across the oahspe, it was just that right time and place because we didn't study the other stuff. We just needed some answers for the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's what brought us to this. This is like level 10. You know what I'm saying? Versus you feel me?
Yeah. And then oahspe say, even though it's level 10 in our spiritual understanding, it's only level 1, in fact.
Yeah.
That's the crazy. That means something coming after oahspe.
Yep.
Ooh-wee. I can't wait for that. I can't wait to meet the next. I hope I'm alive to meet the next JBN. Huh? I wonder if they're going to write about young Cosmonian. Huh? I ain't going to talk about it, though. But who are these familiar spirits? Because you said, well, first of all, what is Danai, Cosmon? Danai is the time at the beginning of arc cycles, right? These times, right? Where high etheric light comes down to the planet. With the high etheric light comes down angels. High etheric angels who want to do good. Right? And they come direct sometimes. And at other times they come through familiar spirits. Who are these familiar spirits? They are your fathers, your mamas, your brothers, your sisters, and other relatives and friends who have not been dead that long. Familiar. Right? So they're not only familiar to you as in you recognize them.
Yeah.
But they are familiar as in family.
Mm-hmm. You know them from somewhere. Because you know, remember in the Bible, it just kind of it just says familiar spirits. It don't really give you no for real definition. You know what I'm saying? If we want to be honest about it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But how would they be familiar if you wasn't familiar with them? You know what I'm saying?
Right, but yo, how many of these people out here be talking about they getting downloads from the ancestors? They
There's a
be
lot of
speaking to the ancestors.
a lot of folk be on that.
Why? Is because they are the familial spirits. But now, as oahspe teaches, it's okay. And we don't doubt that many of us are having these interactions spiritually, but it's about the message.
Yep.
You gotta listen to what they saying and then use discernment and judge that.
Because you know within yourself, if you was on the other side and you had the opportunity to shed some light, help somebody else here on in corporate, you're gonna do that. You know, that's the nature.
But
if you're a good person.
But also what you wouldn't do, right, is if you was coming back to share the high etheric light, is talk about the earth.
Nah.
Right? So if your quote unquote ancestor or familial spirit is coming back to you talking about things of the earth, you might want to shun away from that entity because that's not your ancestor.
Like, hey, man, you need
That's
to
a false deity that has assumed the shape and form of your ancestor to get you to acquiesce and listen to what they're saying, to act upon what they're saying. Now, if they talking about the earth, right? Trying to get you talk about wives and gold and being rich and being attained to by high etheric angels and the reverence of men and trying to get some lottery numbers and
you're gonna be the best version of yourself here at this particular time. And
if they telling you about things of the earth, if they even talking about you, because you a thing of the earth too, right? That lets you know what level that they're coming from and that they are from the lower level, right? Because these are low who haven't seen the higher heavens, and this is why they don't talk about them. They down here with you, and many of them don't know more than you know. But because they're accustomed to the spiritual world, they have these quote unquote what we call powers, which is just the ability for the spirit to manifest or interact with the real world, which many of us know as ghosts or entities or spirits or whatever you like to call them. Right? But if they telling you about that, that ain't grandma. Grandma was good. Grandma gonna come back talking to you about the higher light, baby. How to reach up, how to look up, how to talk up. It's not gonna teach you about things of the earth and groveling back down. Right? Grandma a high-raised angel, right? Grandpa a high-raised angel, right? They went to heaven and did something right? Right. So, okay, this is one, why they ain't gonna come back talk to you about nothing on the low. Also, if they do come back talk some stuff of the low, that's how you can know of a certainty that one, that's not your grandparent, and two, that is a false deity trying to seduce you, into following its rhetoric. Because they're going to use people that ain't been dead that long and other spirits who have not learned of or risen to the heavens above Earth's atmosphere. So there are heavens in the Earth's atmosphere known as atmospheria, and then there are heavens above them in the ethers or space called Etheria. See, if you have been to Etheria, You never talk about earth. You tell your babies how to get here, not how to dig back down into the low, right? So question your quote unquote ancestors. Listen to the message, but then question it. Do it make sense? Huh? Are they talking about things that are there? What is the point of view? Is it as a God looking down, telling about the high to the low? Or is it from a low angelic being talking to the low about things that are on the low? Right? That higher message come as a God looking down. The message of the ancestors will be from the point of view of the low, should be looking up. But if it's looking anywhere but up, don't listen to it. If it's telling you anything about the earth, right? And remember, grandma would have came down with the high etheric angels during Dana at the beginning of an arc cycle, or at a harvest time, which happened at every 200, 400 years, right? Or time and a half time, right? She'd have been talking that high etheric light and how to get her babies and the rest of her generations up to where she at. She ain't gonna tell you nothing about the earth. So if your ancestors get to talking about stuff on earth, that's how you know they false. Stop listening.
Man, and there's a lot of earthbound spirits, bro.
Yeah, they're more than people. Way more than people.
That's the thing.
Listen, these familiar spirits are our fathers, our mothers, our brothers and sisters, and other relatives and friends who have not been dead long, and other spirits who have not learned. They have not learned of or risen to the heavens above the earth's atmosphere. Huh? Many of these abide on the earth and with mortals, some for a few years, some for 100, some for 1,000 or more years. Watch this. What is an idol? An idol is anything having form and figure that is worshipped, right? Even an image. If your God's image is man, it's false. Remember, the creator is potent, but unseen. Can't be comprehended. So if you got an image that look like man, that can be comprehended, even if it's in your mind, even if it's just a thought. See how we couldn't comprehend creator? But you can comprehend an idol because it has form and figure. A deity. Anything that has form and figure that is worshipped is an idol. So, well, then who is God? Listen, y'all. God ain't who they told you it was. God is a spirit with a heavenly throne, right? So we can comprehend this guy. So whatever this is, this ain't the creator. So, but let's go see what a God is. A God is a spirit with a heavenly throne believed by people in darkness. Who? God is a man with a throne in heaven that people who are in darkness believe is the creator. Remember them familiar spirits like Mother, daughter, father, son, cousin, all them. Right? Many of them niggas, them spirits, often called themselves God. Huh? And they taught mortals to call them that also. So who are saviors? Right? It bristles my you know, burns my little britches a little bit when I hear people saying, but I gotta understand. I do understand too, so I don't take no. But I know that most people, when they say Jesus, they don't understand that there's a difference between Jesus and Yeshua. Right? They weren't born at the same time. They're not the same person. Right? One is a literary invention and never existed. One is a brother from the Middle East area. You dig what I'm talking about? That was purportedly to have heavenly encounters that were documented. Right? Over time, these stories were conglomerate or put into one, right? Many of the stories of different prophets were taken from different areas and used to create the life of Jesus.
Of another fabricated figure.
Yes. Right? So when they be talking about Jesus, you actually not really talking about Yeshua. I separate the real prophet, Yeshua, right, from Jesus, the literary invention and physical representation of the God Christ. Right? Two different people, well over almost 150 years apart. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, they're over 400 years apart because the real Yeshua was born in 146 BC, and the invented character of Jesus was created in the Council of Nicaea circa 325 AD. That's like 475 some years apart. Right? They're not the same person. One didn't even exist. But who are saviors? Right? Saviors are familial spirits. Again, right? These familial spirits who have kingdoms in the lower heavens, the atmosphere, which by the ancients was called the lower heaven. The atmosphere is called the lower heaven. Saviors, huh? As we know them in the religious text, the Buddhas, the Brahmins. You dig what I'm talking about? We talking about Buddha, right? Talking about Jesus, talking about Muhammad. You dig what I'm talking about? These different, say we're talking about Quetzalcoatl. These different saviors, they are tyrants who make slaves of other spirits who believe in them. This is the outcome for your Jesus belief. Whether you believe it or not. Only the Creator is safe.
That's the soft. I wouldn't say that's a soft spot, but that's the comfort zone right there. That's where we gotta be. You know what I'm saying? The creator zone.
Only the Creator is safe, y'all. He don't cause for the actions of nothing to be hurt. For you to slaughter anything, blood worship, praise where anything has to be hurt at all. right? Not only don't he want it, the question must be asked, what would he do with it? Why are you barbecuing little children? Just asking.
Man, look, not just that, but why would you be barbecuing animals thinking that you about to get a blessing about it?
When you tell us,
and I'm talking about even spiritual systems.
right, and they tell us that the blood is what holds the sin. So if you shedding blood to remit sin, you just compounding it with more sin.
Man, bro. Man.
Blood does not cure or alleviate sin. That is a doctrine of the Levites that brings in money through goats and different wares or whatever they asking the people to bring in for temple observances.
And the trip is, even though we know what it is, the blood can still make some shit shake. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't the path, man.
Yeah, it's not the path. You know what I mean? We're not saying that the blood ain't used. We see that in all different types of rituals. You know what I mean? The blood is used. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's used negatively. Look at the outcome.
Yeah.
Right? Something has to die. That show you right there, whatever it is, wherever it's from, it ain't from Creator.
Even if it was alive, that means you had to kill it.
You had to kill it.
Boy.
You had to kill it. Huh? Come on. Saviors are tyrants who make slaves. So Buddha is a tyrant. Muhammad is a tyrant. Jesus is a tyrant. Quetzalcoatl is a tyrant. A tyrant. By the way, all of them taught Father, Son, Holy Ghost. By the way, all right. Saviors are tyrants who make slaves of other spirits and people who believe in them. Their slaves are sent back to mortals as guardian angels or familiars. This is why your ancestor coming back. You better make sure this ain't the reason. Huh? This is why only Creator is safe. Because you thinking you pray, oh, I got the right Buddha. First of all, real Buddha, Gautama, never asked for praise, never wanted it, couldn't do nothing with it, even if you gave it to him.
Hey, a lot of people got that mixed up too, man. Buddha never asked, or the Gautama never asked to be worshipped.
Ever.
You know what I'm saying?
He almost didn't talk to people.
Right.
They don't even know that. He almost didn't even talk to nobody.
And man, show me a sutra where Buddha ever said that.
Yeah, I am God, or praise me. I'm even divine, or I'm special.
Stuff like that. Even with the real Yeshua, you know what I'm saying? It's stuff that been popped up down through the centuries. You know what I'm saying? So it's like folklore. They added folklore to the actual story, and whatever story is.
And that's what we got today, though.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You know, that's the crazy part. That's the story we got today. The mixed up hodgepodge. Huh? Familiar spirits. All right. Saviors are spirits who have kingdoms in the atmosphere or the lower heavens. Right? Saviors are tyrants, right? Didn't they say your G was going to be in the kingdom of his father? Ain't he a savior? Saviors are tyrants who make slaves of the people who praise them. Their slaves are sent back to mortals as guardian angels, your ancestors, in order to make captives of mortals after death, to augment that Savior's kingdom and to grow his numbers. They send back one of the dupes, you know what I mean? One of the people who was indoctrinated to watch over you. You think your ancestor telling you something good. That nigga ain't even seen the higher heavens. As a matter of fact, he's a willing dupe to a false savior.
And he might not even know.
He don't know. He don't know, or he wouldn't be there. You dig what I'm talking about? And by this time, you already lost. You lost in the sauce. He already didn't use you to augment his heaven as a willing slave. They are their slaves are sent back as guardians. The people who praise them become slaves and are sent back to guard other people who are being indoctrinated till they die. Why? Not to help them, to make captives of them once they die and bring them to the heaven. So they duped too. They don't even know they slaves. Remember, in horse training, horse breaking, all you got to do is break the mother. She'll train the child. Same thing. They don't know they duped. Right? So the question is asked, well, how can a man escape the toils of these false gods, these false lords, these false saviors, and these low demonic spiritual beings who claiming that they're your ancestors? How can you get away from that? The man or you shall covenant with the Creator every day of his life. This is how you get out of it. And serve the Creator, and serve Creator by doing good works to others with all his wisdom and strength. How does a man escape false gods, lords, saviors, and familiars? While they're telling you to kill people, the Creator is telling you every day that to serve him is doing good works to others. Stay in this path, stay in this lane, and you can't be duped. Serve him by doing good works to others with all your wisdom and strength, nor shall he call in prayer on the name of a savior or God, or any other spirit, but on the great spirit only. If he does this and he eschews contention, or he puts aside contention, war, leadership, earthly gain, and earthly aggrandizement, then Etherian angels will, not might, they could, not possibly, they should, no, they will come and guard him in the name of the Creator. Look at this. Right?
That's a mighty saying right there, bro.
So if you ever was wondering, or you ever was wondering what the angels is doing, you really want to see what they doing, do some good work for somebody else, and they start attending you, and then watch your life change.
Man, that's one of them old. I gotta walk around and process this right quick. That's how good it is. That's how good it is, bro. It's so simple. It's like a gold nugget. Like
it's so simple. It's hard.
oh,
It's so simple. We make it hard on ourselves. Anybody want to come in? It's so simple. We make it hard on ourselves. And then y'all got to remember, you chose to make it hard.
yeah.
That's why they say you're going to learn one way or the other, the easy way or the hard way. But you're going to learn. Who are these Ethereans, right? These high-raised angels. They are spirits who have risen above the bondage of earth, risen above its atmosphere. Huh? Spirits who can come only to mortals who have attained beyond earthly desires. Huh? That show you the quality of the men that the Creator was dealing with, and what you would have had to have been to been a true prophet. You passed earthly desires, sex. Y'all passed that yet? I ain't there. Has it not been said, do not swear at all? The Creator says, swear to your Father in heaven every day of your life. Ooh, huh? They say, don't swear, make no oaths to God at all. Creators say, swear to your Father in heaven every day of your life. And if you fail to keep your oath, you shall renew it on the following day with repentance. But in all, swearing it shall be for perfecting one's self. Huh? And for the glory of the Father. Because when you promise something to the Father and you do it, that gives you and him glory. That's right.
What, man?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at the Creator. Y'all can't tell me this don't make sense.
Clear as day.
This is a ritual. Answering questions. This is the understanding you just gonna have to have as a faithist. You don't have to have it, right? But if you want to understand it, you could just do the work. That's fine too, right? Look what the wise man said. The wise man said, "You are spoken wisely. Now go then to the east and stand upright before the Creator, and pray or utter an anthem of praise to him, so that he may be glorified in you, and your guardian angels have honor in their pupil." Right? They don't know nothing about the Ashars. You dig what I'm saying? But look, I ain't gonna keep you long, man. Bronze Yoga, man. Tell the people where they can hit you at, man. As a matter of fact, we gonna get up out of here on some Bronze Yoga today. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna get up out of here on some Bronze Yoga. But tell the people where they can get to the Dreadful Yoga and all that stuff at, man. Let the people know what's going on.
Man, you can hit us up on me and the homie Yare or Dreadful Cosmine. You know what I'm saying? You can hit us up on YouTube, the Dreadful Yogi. Either on Facebook or YouTube. We got some joints on there, man. We got some more stuff coming too. So yeah, create a gang.
Gang, man.
Day one, create a gang.
Facts. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna get to it real quick, Bronze. Yo, we gonna get up out of here with that that bang bang on the yogi. You dig what I'm talking about? This my joint right here, man. Hey, love, light, balance, man. Hey, yo, you can do something before we get up out of here, though?
What's that, homie?
Hey, breathe in and let that light in. Because I'm Cosmon, y'all. That's Bronze, yo. And we out. Peace.
Yeah, the game coming, creator king coming. Turning up the light and watching boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Creator gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Creator gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
Satin Media Detroit presents Legends Detroit, featuring Big Herc, Miss Corona, and DJ Los, along with Good Money G100, with sounds by DJ Trick Trick and DJ Scarface. Also performing, we got Woodman the Star and E-Rock the Ghetto Poet, along with Pull Up Gang Money Gang. It's going down July 17th at Club 54 in Sterling Heights, located at 37722 Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Doors open up at 7 p.m. Tickets available at eventbrite.com/Legends Detroit. $25 online and slightly higher at the door. It's Legends Detroit going down at Club 54.
Woke up this morning with no attitude die. There's a song in my heart in gratitude. With a little bit of heaviness, the world is such a wreck. Got money for war, but can't feed the poor. So I roll up. They wanna bang bang on the yogi. Negative thoughts don't stand a chance. They wanna bang bang on the yogi. Meditation is my dance. The ever-presence told me to wise up. Take the gang and rise up. No heroes, no leaders, no egos. From where the blues play to Cali, USA. That's dreadful, but in a good way. Celebrate the creator on today. They wanna bang bang on the yogi. Negative thoughts don't stand a chance. They wanna bang bang on the yogi. Meditation is my dance. They wanna bang bang on the yogi. Negative thoughts don't stand a chance. They wanna bang bang on the yogi. Meditation is my dance.
Some readers ask,